Critchley has 15, and Dan Lawrence has 1, and the men out during the morning, as I say, Cook for 51, and before that, Nick Brown to Atkinson's second delivery, caught by Cameron Steele at third slip for 16. Cook's 51 from 78 balls with 7 fours, and Atkinson at lunch 2 for 22 from 7 overs, a very useful return. And I'm Nick Gledhill, Don Topley is here. The weather has sort of clouded over a little bit, which wasn't quite forecast. Sun coming and going, and Mark Church is here. Hello, Mark.
Good afternoon, Nick. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, interesting morning, wasn't it? And there was a lot to sort of take in and digest. And Alistair Cook with that 51 dropped sort of 1.5 times. Once by Jamie Smith off Kyle Abbott on 13, and then a really tough chance for Ollie Pope when he was on 50. But then a wonderful catch from Ben Folkes, as you say, to get rid of him. Off Gus Atkinson, who also got rid of Nick Brown, caught by Cameron Steele for 16. Tom Wesley's looked good for his 16. Dan Lawrence 1 not out. So I should think Essex, after winning the toss and batting first this morning, 100 for 2 is pretty satisfactory. Surrey would say to themselves, oh, if we could get a couple quickly after lunch, we can sort of get ourselves in front. So nicely poised after one session.
Well, let's just, before we get into the afternoon's play, just have a quick look at what else is going on in Division 1 at lunchtime. And the headline at the moment is Lancashire. It's all been at one end for them because Josh Bohannon is going very nicely, 61 not out from 60 balls with 9 fours, but wickets have been tumbling at the other end against Notts. They were 118 for 5, they were 109 for 2, but Stuart Broad's got 1, and there's also a couple of wickets for Brett Hutton. And suddenly Lancashire, who was looking for their first win, are in a spot of bother just going into the afternoon session there. So interesting to keep an eye on how that one goes. We're going to have 2 slips first up. Looks like it's going to be Clark to open up from the Hayes close end. Shortish mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover, backward point, and a deep mid-wicket, actually a deep square leg. That's outside the off stump. First delivery of the afternoon and left alone. Mentioned it had clouded over. We had sort of pretty much blue sky and just a little bit of very, very light cotton wool cloud this morning. It's changed quite appreciably. Not forecast, so we just hope that there are no interruptions to the weather a little bit earlier than we were anticipating, because we were thinking it was going to be a nice clear day today, and then the problems in terms of showers might start to come after that. Here's Clark from the Hayes close end, bowls to Wesley, who has time just to go onto the back foot and drive that up into the covers, and there's no run. It's still pleasantly warm with the easterly breeze, but certainly I think some of the spectators quite well wrapped up down there, obviously just sensing with the sun out, not behind cloud at the moment, that it could potentially get a bit chilly as the day goes on.
Yeah, and I think we had the sun out this morning. I don't think Surrey will mind too much seeing some cloud cover this afternoon.
100 for 2, Clark bowls, and Wesley doesn't time the drive. Now, he timed virtually everything before lunch. He looked very good both in defence and attack, but that was not quite timed. Rolled out towards mid-on. A little bit of interest there from Clark, as he didn't middle that one. But the other Division 1 games to mention was going quite nicely for Hampshire at 83 for 1, but they've lost a wicket either side of lunch there, and 93 for 3. And Middleton 49 and Gubbins 32 have both gone to Chris Wokes, and this is driven quite pleasantly but parried at mid-wicket, and there's no run here. So a double strike from Wokes either side of the lunch interval, and Vince has 5, Tom Prest has 1, 93 for 3 Hampshire in that one against Warwickshire. And a good morning for Somerset, for Northants rather, at Taunton, because Ricardo Vasconcelos is 56 not out, 108 for 1 Northants at lunch, and that's a nice drive from Wesley, but just goes up towards mid-off and stopped there, so he's not quite able to get his account and the Essex account going this afternoon. Good tight over so far from Clark.
Yes, and a little bit of swing again there for Jordan Clark. As I say, Surrey won't mind too much seeing these clouds roll in.
Yes, it wasn't quite forecast, as I say. Meant to be pretty much blue sky and sunshine for most of the day. 2 slips waiting, and this one is just pitching off stump and shaping away and left alone by Wesley. Good first over from Clark. offering not too much there. There was one sort of mistimed drive from Wesley, but maybe a bit of swing made that one awkward for him. 100 for 2 as it was, 16 Wesley and 1 to Lawrence.
Yeah, and it'll be Sean Abbott to get us started after the lunch break. Just putting his headband on at the moment is Sean Abbott, especially with the high wind to keep his hair out of his eyes. Dan Lawrence will be the man on strike on 1. So maiden over to start with from Jordan Clark after the lunch break. Opened the bowling this morning from the other end did Sean Abbott, and Surrey players got out there and then called for a lot of long sleeve sweaters, because with the sun having gone in behind these clouds now, it's not cold, but it wasn't as warm as it was this morning. Sean Abbott then over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. It's a short ball and Lawrence is just helping this to backward point. It's a great half stop from Kemar Roach, and Lawrence and Wesley just had a little look at each other and then the throw came in, but they're through for the single, and it's our first run after lunch. So good bit of work that from Kemar Roach, diving away to his left hand side. Gus Atkinson stretching away in there at cover. The 2 wickets to go today, both falling to Gus Atkinson. Got Alistair Cook again. Got Alistair Cook in his first championship game here, as well as Abbott over the wicket to Wesley. Wesley's letting this one go off a goodish length outside his off stump. I had a wander around the ground and met Mr. D. Topley.
Right.
His sort of catering van of choice. Already. Yes. His catering van of choice, and a very good recommendation it was as well.
Yes, you had a good
nice
hot meal
vegetable curry. So that was very, very nice. So yes, everyone's sort of getting themselves back into their seats after lunch.
And the walk round the river, just into the town, lots and lots of people there. It's a good crowd in today, and a lot of them were out there at lunchtime.
As over the wicket again goes Abbott, and left alone by Wesley outside his off stump.
Yeah, certainly good numbers, not too many spare benches, and I think everyone had enjoyed the morning's play. It was quite intriguing, wasn't it? We saw high-class batting from Alistair Cook, some good probing bowling from Surrey without much luck at times, bit of swing, a little bit of variable bounce, and Cook's innings actually quite an eventful one, I thought, by his standards. There were all sorts of things going on.
There were a few events in it. Shots in the air, you don't get used to seeing those from Alistair Cook. As over the wicket comes Abbott, that's left alone. Again outside his off stump by Wesley, and then he wanders off towards square leg. Well, as I say, there was a big queue of people this morning for the gate behind us at the river end to get in at about 10 o'clock this morning. Quite a few Surrey spectators have made their way down as well to have a watch here at Chelmsford over the next 4 days. Everybody settling themselves back into their seats after lunch as Abbott comes in over the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley's letting this one go on a length outside his off stump. We found out the way that Nick Gledhill does his lunch is that he keeps his lunch token until tea time, which is a very clever move from Nick Gledhill, experienced from Nick Gledhill. So he might well go and get himself a bit of vegetable curry at tea time, he said.
Yes, or try it tomorrow if it's still there.
Build up your lunch vouchers, or have 4 on the last day. As over the wicket comes Abbott once more, and this is crunched off the back foot, cracked off the back foot by the right-handed Wesley, and that's going out towards the cover rope, and they'll pick up a couple, they'll get back for 3. That's good running, really good running from Wesley and Lawrence, and Wesley moves on to 19, and Essex move on to 104 for 2.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. It's got Essex up and running after the break, and yes, it's started quite a cloudy day, a little bit disappointing for the spectators, but intriguing contest, because Surrey will know that Essex's batting looked a little bit light, with Simon Harmer coming in at 7, Snater 8, Bracewell 9. Bracewell seems to be just dropping down the order a little bit. Cook 10, Porter 11. It's a fairly long lower order there, isn't it? And you feel from Surrey's point of view, if they could get a couple of wickets with this cloud cover, they could turn it into quite a good day. But from the Essex perspective, it's a pretty decent wicket, and they'd be looking to prosper on it and make sure that these two pretty experienced players can capitalise. Matt Critchley, this is the half glass full side of it from Essex's point of view. Obviously they've got batsmen in form, these two. Matt Critchley has been going very well, and Michael Pepper, albeit on a flat pitch at Canterbury, got a useful 50 the other day, and he's in the side. I believe Rossington's still recovering from his injury, but if Pepper did make another contribution here, it might be that he's looking to try and keep the place as of right, so it's going to be quite an important match for him as well.
Yeah, and I just think from an Essex point of view, this is always a big partnership, isn't it, Wesley Lawrence?
Yes, and so both being in pretty good form at the same time. So we've got some quite nice looking batting averages from an Essex perspective. It was really the case for last season much. 104 for 2. Clark bowls, and that's outside the off stump, and Wesley leaves it alone. To really sum up what the problem was for Essex last year, you only had to look at the batting averages, to be honest. There were one or two okay ones with Cook and Walter, who hadn't played many games, but a lot of the engine room batsmen were sort of around about 30, and some were less than that. So it just meant that Essex weren't able to really sort of consistently post big scores, and they lost a couple of important games away from home, and one or two fairly flat pitches at home as well, as Clark bowls and Wesley turns up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, the pitches have been going a little bit from one extreme to the other here in the last couple of years. Essex at times have been frustrated by very flat wickets where we barely got into a third innings, and I say the contrast with the Lancashire game in September, which was over in 5 sessions. So put it this way, when we turned up at Chelmsford, it's been less predictable than perhaps say going to the Oval and what we might expect. As Clark bowls, and that's just a little bit of bounce there. Wesley rides it well. He had time to play that, still it up into the covers, and there's no run. 104 for 2. But I think generally speaking, obviously some thoughts got into it, and we have seen sort of more contests being a bit more even, I think, between bat and ball on the couple of services we've seen so far this season.
Yeah, and I think that's what you want, isn't it? Really?
Yes.
I think it's what everybody wants. But the ground staff, though, are under so much pressure these days with the amount of cricket and preparing pitches.
Clark bustling in bowls, and Wesley still has plenty of time to play that, just coming half forward and then just playing it down into the crease, and again it rolls up into the covers. And there's no run, and Richard on the email says a lovely day for cricket. Not quite as nice now, Richard, but it's still pretty good. As you said, it was just before lunch, and you said that Alistair Cook was almost been embracing baseball this year. It was he had a very quick 40 a couple of weeks ago. I think that was at Canterbury, I think, on that flat pitch. Been very annoyed to get out there. 104 for 2, and Wesley again just coming forward and playing mid-wicket, leaves it alone. It's going straight up to mid-on. There's no run, and yes, you're talking about in the Middlesex League, London Sportive and Stoke Newington in the Middlesex League for this Saturday have a certain Angus Fraser making his debut as an umpire. You can't imagine there'll be too much misbehaving in that game.
Yes, well there you are, you see, I didn't know he was doing that.
104 for 2, thank you very much for that, Richard. 2 slips waiting as Clark bowls, and that one just scurries through really to folks to take it low down. No shot offered by Wesley. Yes, it looks like a decent pitch with quite a lot of time to play for the batsman. Not particularly a quick pitch, but certainly, particularly from the river end, the ball just doing a little bit in terms of its bounce. And that's it, there has been some swing on offer. It'll be interesting to see with this cloud cover whether that's replicated this afternoon with the older ball. 104 for 2, 2 Lawrence and 19 Wesley.
Yeah, yeah, there's no great pace to the pitch. I think it's one of those, if you can get in, you can make runs, definitely is. Abbott then, from the river end, will come over the wicket to Dan Lawrence. And Lawrence is just looking to play this late, punches off the back foot, that rolls out to Gus Atkinson at cover, and there is no run. Rory Burns is shining the ball up there at a wide-ish mid-off position. Sean Abbott comes marching back towards us. Looking at it, a touch like Roger Federer from this distance, with his headband on as well. Is Sean Abbott. turns again, wearing number 77, as over the wicket he comes to Dan Lawrence, and Lawrence outside edge, gone. Beautiful bit of bowling from Sean Abbott. Has turned Dan Lawrence round, just held its line, big outside edge, good catch to his right from Ben Folkes, and Dan Lawrence goes for 2. So we have an early one after lunch, and Essex are 104 for 3.
Yeah, I feel that certainly did something. It really turned Lawrence round, didn't it? New to the crease, and good time to strike with him still playing himself in. Just sensed that the dismissal of Cook at that point, just before lunch, gave Surrey an opportunity, with obviously Lawrence having to sort of play himself in either side of lunch, and 1 wicket has bought 2. And as I say, the issue for Essex is, if they were to lose another 1 or 2 quickly, they've got a pretty long lower order, and Surrey will feel, as I say, there's a little bit of an opening now. And of course, Critchley has been in great form this season, there's no doubt about that. Pepper, certainly he got that 50 at Canterbury, but obviously yet to have a great track record in red ball cricket. And obviously people like Simon Harmer and Snater are useful, but possibly batting 1 place too high. So a little bit of an opening here for Surrey. They'll sense it, and certainly that ball did appear to do a little bit to defeat Dan Lawrence. A very, very good piece of bowling indeed.
Yeah, it's one of those where the batsman's head shoots straight round and both feet are pointing straight back up the pitch. So it's a terrific piece of bowling from Sean Abbott to get rid of Dan Lawrence. Brings Critchley to the middle, as Nick was saying. 104 for 3, so Surrey have a bowling point. And the right-handed Critchley will settle himself down over his bat. And Sean Abbott will come over the wicket to Critchley, and Critchley's first ball is forward and plays it back up the pitch. And around comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. It just held its line on Dan Lawrence.
Yeah.
It's almost as if he was shaping up at one point, thinking, and we all know about Dan Lawrence and those wrists, oh, I might go through the leg side with this, and then it's just held its line on him. And a good catch from Ben Folkes away to his right, but just a very nice bit of bowling. White floppy sun hat with his arms folded. Having a little look around the ground at the moment, and Abbott's getting ready to come in over the wicket once more to Critchley, and Critchley is forward again, playing this out into the offside. So he's had 3 balls all on the same spot so far, as Matt Critchley. He's had to play every single one.
Yeah, good start from Abbott against him. And yeah, Critchley got an early season century here on a flat pitch last year, but then largely struggled after that, only averaged 22, having got 1,000 runs for Derbyshire the previous year. But has made a much better start this year with the bat, 429 runs already.
Abbott's in again to him, and Critchley just picks this up and whips it off his stumps out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up a single. Critchley will get off the mark. Terrific over from Sean Abbott, really good bit of bowling that to get rid of Dan Lawrence. And Critchley's moved on to 1, 19 to Tom Wesley, and Essex here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio London are 105 for 3.
Yes, he's looked pretty comfortable at the crease for Matt Critchley, as from what we've seen of him. Played some nice innings. Just generally, he got 3 50s in a row actually, and that's always a good sign in terms of consistency. And just has looked very comfortable at the crease in this short campaign so far, and that perhaps is different to what was the situation really for a lot of last year. 105 for 3 as Clark bowls, and that one, was just heading down the leg side. In the end, I think he was thinking of sort of like playing a sort of flick away through the onside, but could easily have been one of those that he feather through to the keeper with just an inside edge. So perhaps he's in the end quite pleased he didn't touch it. 105 for 3.
Yeah, again there's a bit of bounce in that sort of area, but it's going down the leg side.
Here's Clark again, up to the wicket bowls, and that's a nice drive, and goes up towards mid-on, and there's no run here for Critchley, but nicely timed, played it well. But wickets either side of lunch for Surrey, and that wicket of Alistair Cook could be a big moment. He looked really well set, didn't he? He's playing quite aggressively by his standards, but when he was timing the ball, he was, the shot he got to 50 was a fine stroke off Kemar Roach, wasn't it?
Well, there can't be too many times when he's had the big life and not gone on to make a big score. 2
slips waiting as Clark bowls, and just covering up here. Critchley plays with head over the ball, but again very positively, even in defence there, up towards mid-on. It was a nice looking shot. Boding quite well in these early stages.
Yeah, and Surrey have been good since lunch. Sort of come out there, hit their strap straight away. 5 runs added and the loss of Dan Lawrence.
Yes, that's another point, isn't it? They're keeping it very tight. They're offering Essex very little at this stage, which is quite significant, as this one is on the pads. There's a stifled shout for LBW. I think there's a bit of bat on that. Wait for the umpire to confirm as it goes out towards square leg. No, it was all off pad, but it was heading down leg side. I thought you might have just got a little bit of an inside edge on that, but it's one to the total in terms of extras. 105 for 3. A stifled shout from Clark. Looked to be sort of heading down the leg side anyway. 105 for 3. 1 to Critchley and 19 to Wesley.
Yeah, always going down the leg side. Just the way that Critchley sort of shaped up to play that, and where Ben Folkes was heading towards. Always going down the leg side, that one.
Clark bowls and played defensively by Wesley up into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, just to confirm the batting stats for Critchley, I gave you a wrong number earlier on. 223 runs. He hasn't been quite as good as 429. 223 runs going into this knot.
Oh, here he is. Sorry, just to say. Technical.
We've got 106 for 3. 1 to Critchley and 19 to Wesley.
But he's done better than we did. We've got a picture now of a road in the Italian Pyrenees, it looks like to me. Well done, Mr. Neve, that looks lovely. It's going to be Sean Abbott from the River End. The right-handed Critchley, the man on strike. 3 slips in there. Critchley looks to drive. That potters up towards mid-on, and there is no run. That is a lovely picture, though. What do you think that is?
Yes, it's like
somewhere in
fantasy
Brazil
Formula 1 racing circuit. But
absolutely. What they've done is they've sort of taken the photo of the car with its lights on, going down the hillside. It's very spectacular. As Critchley settles himself over his bat once again. 1 not out. Sean Abbott comes over the wicket to Critchley, and Critchley covers up, plays this off his stumps. Very stylish looking shot from Critchley. And round comes Jordan Clark to do the filling. Looks like he enjoys feeling bat on ball, Mr. Critchley.
Yeah, as I was saying, good form this year with those 350s in a row, and just sort of the one thing that's eluded him is the really big score so far, I guess. So let's see if he can move in that direction today. It'll be a good time to get it.
Abbott over the wicket to him, and oh, he's driving thick edge past his stumps and away for 4. Didn't know an awful lot about that, and that's what I mean. He's obviously in form, but he's obviously wanting to feel the bat on the ball, and that could have easily gone straight back onto his stumps, but he gets away with it, and that whistles off down to the boundary rope for 4, and it's 110 for 3.
That would have damaged his average of 55 if he played that on, and there was another good bit of bowling. Certainly Abbott's just getting a little bit of help out there at the moment.
And Abbott has obviously spotted he wants to put back to ball, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by the right-handed Critchley. Oh, Mr. Topley's into his bag of sweets behind us. Nick Gledhill.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, he is. Yeah. Get well fed and
with a very
in
well-known cartoon character.
Well, it's a pig.
Yes, that's
and
right.
its first name's Percy.
That's right.
So most people will probably know what those are. Well, they're not really, are they? Other sweets after pigs called Percy aren't available. As this is chipped in the air by Critchley, and it's just past Gus Atkinson in there at mid-wicket. So it's an interesting start to this Critchley innings. He moves on to 6. And Essex move on to 111 for 3.
Yeah, let's talk about standing alone. Josh Bohannon, 67 not out of 69 balls for Lancashire, who are 144 for 6. Croft 8, Villas 0, Bell 5, de Grandrome 8, and 3 wickets for Brett Hutton, 2 for Stuart Broad against Notts.
Wesley waits over his batters. Abbott's into him. He pushed that one a bit wider to see if Wesley wanted to go and have a drive at it. He decided not to. End of the over. The good one from Abbott. 111 for 3 Essex. And Wesley has 19. And 6 belonging to Matt Critchley. Oh, now on the screen, there is sort of a little screen now with a bit of the... Oh, here we are. Now it's sort of coming into...
Who's got the best eyesight in the Coventry?
There it is.
One of the very few deliveries bowled, but it's been a get out because it was on leg stump and he just tucked it away for a single. 112 for 3, 7 to Critchley. Wesley started very well, but has become a little bit becalmed. But it's important, of course, he battles through here at 19, and he will leave that one alone outside the off stump, and it goes through to Folkes. And Bradders, otherwise Mike Bradburn, is on the emails, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Enjoyed the morning's play. Unfortunately, we won't have the pleasure of a return fixture at the Oval this season. Indeed, the two sides played each other only once last year. Nor will we be visiting Taunton. In addition, we won't be able to welcome either Northants or Notts to Chelmsford this season. You think it devalues the championship by not playing each other home and away. As here is Clark bowling, and that's flicked uppishly but safe. Into the onside, backward a square, single down towards long leg, 113 for 3. And just carrying on with the point there, you say it may be considered fortunate for Essex, given that Surrey appear to be top dogs last season and this. But be that as it may, we devalue a championship in favour of the 100 at our peril. And I suppose there was this thing, Mark, about the big three, Lancashire, Surrey and Hampshire, all playing each other once last year. And the thought occurred to me, 113 for 3. So this is driven. Oh, that was a good delivery, very tight, but well played in the end by Critchley. Got bat onto it, but a probing delivery from Clark. It goes up to mid-on and there's no run. It occurred, of course, they all played each other once. And you could say it wasn't surprising they were the top three, because some of the poor sides lower on had to play those three sides twice, and it must have been quite difficult for them. So a slight anomaly there, and I understand the point.
Yeah, I was looking at it this season that Essex, not Somerset, Northants just once for Surrey.
Clark bowls, and this is a pull shot by Critchley, gets bat onto that, goes down to long leg, just gets a single. For the amount of risk, I suppose, there was a limited reward in just the one run, but he's starting to move along quite nicely, Critchley. 8 from 16, 114 for 3 after wickets either side of lunch for Surrey, with the dismissals of Alistair Cook for 51, and then Dan Lawrence for just a couple.
Yeah, he rolled his wrists very nicely on that shot though, Critchley. Made sure it was going down all the time.
Here's Clark again up to the wicket bowls, and that played uppishly by Wesley. I wonder if that bounced on him, because certainly he was playing that sort of from the mid-drift, upper mid-drift. That was, I think, higher than he was expecting, and in the end negotiated it pretty comfortably. But just a hint of the ball sort of just behaving unpredictably from both ends at times. 114 for 3, 20 to Wesley, and 8 on the board to Critchley. And you feel a key phase of the game with Surrey on top at this stage, Mark, and probing for further breakthroughs under this cloud cover.
Yes, and I think sort of Surrey will say to themselves, if they could pick up another couple fairly quickly, then you're sort of into your... Now Harmer can bat, we know that, but you're sort of into that lower middle order, aren't you?
And Chris Lacey says he reckons that Dan Lawrence's wicket, having seen it from behind, it hit his pad, not his bat. So he thinks he might have been unlucky.
Ooh, over the wicket then comes Sean Abbott, and this one's turned by Critchley out towards deep backward square. They'll pick up a single, and that'll be one more to the total.
What I would say, Chris, is we'd love to be able to add a comment to that, but the replay screen has only become available since the wicket fell, so we couldn't make much of a contribution at the time in terms of seeing the incident again. But
Lawrence didn't look too crestfallen, did he?
No.
Wasn't one of those where he sort of stood there as Abbott comes in over the wicket, and Wesley's driving thick edge, not in control of that. Just pushed it a little wider. It's going to rush away down to the third man boundary rope. Gentleman has sort of got off his seat to get to the ball, but I think Kemar Roach will get there first. But it's away for 4, but it was fairly wide outside that off stump, and Wesley had a drive at it, and it flew away down to that third man boundary rope for 4, and it's 119 for 3 now. Wesley moves on to 24. Sun's coming out again, which is very pleasant. Sort of disappeared for a while, but now the sun's back. As 2 slips in there as Abbott comes in over the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley's allowing this one to go again.
Top bowling figures of the day for Derbyshire's, well, actually on loan, Henry Brooks from Warwickshire. 5 for 8 in 9 overs. That's a
good
useful
start.
return.
Yes.
Leicestershire 95 for 8. After their good start to the season, they've come to grief a bit today, Leicestershire there at Derby. But very much Brooks' day.
Yeah, indeed. Good loan period, that, isn't it?
Yes, he doesn't have to do much more, really, does he?
That's one way to sort of ingratiate yourself with the home faithful, isn't it? But it is over the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley drives in the air, but up and over the top of Roach, and that's going to fly down to the boundary rope for 4 more. Got a bit more bat on that one, did Wesley. Kemar Roach sort of hung in the air there, Roger Harper-esque, if anybody remembers Roger Harper. Took the most amazing catch in a one-day series in 1986 to dismiss Alan Lamb off Malcolm Marshall, where he hung in the air like that with his arm up, as Kemar Roach did. Difference was he came down with the ball, because he was about 8'3" at that point. Was Roger Harper, who's a tall man anyway.
Yes, I remember him.
Abbott comes in over the wicket to Wesley, and Wesley, oh, that hits him high up on that back leg and rolls away into the offside, and there is no run.
Yes, so a lot of attention today, obviously, on Euro with Steve Smith's first appearance of a few for Sussex, but Ollie Robinson has taken the honours with 4 early wickets for Sussex with Worcestershire batting. They had a good 6th wicket partnership, which has just been broken. 136 for 6. Adam Hose is 52 not out.
As Abbott comes in over the wicket once again, and Wesley is forward. Plays this one up towards mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over. 123 for 3. 28 to Wesley, and 9 to Matt Critchley.
I'm going to bring Don Topley in pronto to hopefully do the next over if he can.
Wow. Thank you very much to Nick. Nick will be back in half an hour's time. And Jordan Clark is set to continue down there from the Hayes close end of the ground. Critchley will be the man on strike. 2 slips in there. There's a backward point to cover. Mid off, mid on. There's the mid wicket. There's the deep backward square, and there's the long leg. As Jordan Clark over the wicket from the Hayes close end, and Critchley's forward and plays the passage of play this at the moment, I think.
Well, something I picked up post lunch is against the new batter, they're certainly pitching up, seeing if there's any swing still there, 40 overs old. But earlier in the day, Surrey bowled very full, trying to swing it. Essex drove quite frequently.
It's in again, Jordan Clark driving his Critchley back up the ground, and round goes Rory Burns to do the fielding at mid-off.
And then after lunch, when, okay, they got a wicket, but at points here, they're quite happy just dragging their lengths back and keeping it quiet. Critchley's at the wicket. He started the season with a couple of 50s, or 3 50s, I think, in succession, but they were very slow. Traditionally, he normally likes to play and hit the ball.
Jordan Clark is in, and this one's clipped by Critchley up towards mid-on.
But in the early part of the season, he was really circumspect. He was quite watchful, dropping anchor, getting stuck in, putting a value on his wicket. And I have to say, I'd like him to do it today, because I think, you know, there's a good quartet of bowlers bowling at him.
Jordan Clark is into him once more, and he lets this one go. It's a nice delivery from Jordan Clark. There was a little bit of lift there again off a goodish length. taken by Ben Folkes, moving away to his right hand side.
The only change of field you could have is leaving the offside field, but he wants to bowl quite straight, so not feeling naked, Clark is happy with mid-wicket, but the only alternative fielding position is to take mid-wicket and put him in at third slip.
And again, Critchley lets this one go. What Surrey will do with Critchley is dry up his runs as well. That's the other thing. That's a maiden over from Jordan Clark, but Surrey are quite happy to do this.
Yes.
123 for 3.
Essex could have done without losing Lawrence after lunch. Okay. Quite a significant wicket to fall, really, in the grand scheme of things. I think it's been a cracking morning's play, and I expect it to continue throughout the day. Both sides will be fighting for the ascendancy. Essex, who opted to bat first this morning. Abbott, away from us. The river end, he bowls down the leg side, and Ben Folkes dives to his right and collects. No, this is a foot no ball. So Abbott's going to have to bowl that ball yet again.
Quite enjoying Sean Abbott's look with the headband here. From a distance, there's a bit of the Roger Federer's, and there's a bit of sort of 1980s teen idol look, isn't there?
It's got quite a, I don't want to call it a mullet, but it isn't short hair. Bouncing away from us past the umpire, bowls. It's driven into the offside. They look for a quick single, but rightly Wesley turns it down, because I have to say, the skipper of Surrey, Rory Burns, runs quickly round to his left. That's what excited the two Essex batsmen, right-handed thrower, but he picked it up and swooped and did well to stop the single. Abbott, 15 pace run up, something like that, bowls outside off stump, continues on the line, well bowled, well left, being watchful. Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, no run.
Great line that from Sean Abbott. Great line.
I bet you were a fairly dependable seamer.
Me?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Not fast and
absolutely
nasty?
Dreadful.
Were you?
Yeah, awful.
What was your
Terrible.
skill in cricket?
I think probably making the tea.
Oh, come on. Abbott's in, another good delivery, searching, bowls and drags Wesley forward. The full face of the bat, there is no run.
I think making everybody else look good. That would have. There's a skill in that. There is a skill in that.
No.
Nicking off to the slips, I was good at that. I was good at giving slip catching practice.
Were you?
Oh,
But
very
not
good.
intentionally.
Not intentionally, but I was very good.
Out in the rest of the 4 days. Abbott, 2 slips waiting, ring on the offside. Bowls, and this one keeps low as it goes through, and Folkes does well to take it on the second bounce. Yes.
Ooh.
Look, that was outside off. They go to do a bit of gardening and search for the precise spot, but that genuinely was almost a grubber.
It did keep very low on Wesley, that one. He'll just be glad it wasn't straight. Otherwise that would have been the end of that for him.
In he comes. Abbott bowls, drags Wesley forward for the end of the over. Very good over by Sean Abbott. Wesley survived that one that kept low, but looked good other than that. 125 for 3.
He's got lovely action, Sean Abbott. Just sort of glides in and lets the ball go. Yeah, that was interesting. As I say, Wesley will be delighted it wasn't straight. Otherwise he wouldn't have stood a chance, really. It's been a nice start from Jordan Clark as well after lunch. Kept it very tight from that Hayes close end of the ground. Terrific cricketer is Jordan Clark. And he'll be bowling here to Matt Critchley on 9. 125 for 3 then, Essex. Jordan Clark is into Critchley. Critchley tries, but those hands are a bit away from his body again as he plays that shot, just feeling for it a touch. So we've kept it very tight since lunch. 25 runs have been added since lunch for the loss of Dan Lawrence. Gus Atkinson stood down there at long leg at the moment, contemplating his next bowl and his 2 wickets he picked up this morning. 2 very good ones.
Bowled well.
Yeah, he
the
did.
boy bowled
He
very
did.
well.
As Jordan Clark is over the wicket to Critchley and
That's
beats
gone
the
down
outside edge. Nicely bowled.
Gone down the
Nicely
slope,
bowled,
I think,
yep.
there. Gone down the
Nicely
slope.
bowled by Jordan Clark. His head looked towards the heavens as he's turned to march back
Again,
towards the top of his mark.
Again, a very different bowler. Hits the deck hard. A lot of shoulder, a lot of body action at the point of delivery. Big effort from Jordan Clark.
Over the wicket he comes again to Critchley. Critchley's forward. This is excellent bowling from Jordan Clark. Went maiden over last over. Well, 3 balls to Critchley in this over. He's into his 13th over, none for 24 at the moment. So keeping it very, very tight.
Miserly.
Here's Jordan Clark. Turns again with the haze close behind him. Saw the statue of Mr. Gooch this morning as I walked up from the station as Critchley's driving. That's a nice looking shot. He's checked that. As Critchley, that's going to run away for 4. And over the boundary rope and away for 4 it goes. Again, hands a little away from his body, but checked that nicely, just leant on it. And it whistles off to the boundary rope for 4. Critchley's on to 13. And Essex are on to 129 for 3.
Just slightly moving away. Happy to invest in that little bit of width.
Clark is in once more to Critchley, and Critchley's pushing this one out into the offside. I was thinking about a single, but round comes Jamie Smith to do the fielding. But yes, there's the statue of Graham Gooch, isn't there? Away to our left with the flats, which have been here a while now, the flats.
Well, they replaced the old hospital that used to be on that part of the ground.
Very nice. The flats.
Offices and flats, yep.
I remember Ronnie Irani having one of those during the COVID. As forward goes the right-handed Critchley, plays this one out into the offside. Sort of ended up walking after it a touch. But end of the over, 129 for 3. 28 of those belonging to the captain Tom Wesley and 13 to Matt Critchley.
You're listening to Mark Church, Nick Gledhill and Don Topley here for Ball by Ball commentary of day 1. Essex versus, well, the champions and the title leaders at the moment, this early in the season, Surrey. Essex, who easily beat Middlesex, then had a couple of draws, a washout really down at Canterbury. Abbott starts his new over, right arm over, ball that just bounces, which Wesley very happy to leave, goes wide and wider through to the keeper, no run. And then, well, Surrey it's funny actually, Surrey have always had a fantastic game against Hampshire, but for a couple of seasons now, maybe more, but you've thrashed them each year.
Yeah, this year was
They don't like travelling to the Oval.
No, this year was very different in that, you know, it was a pretty close game until the last day, and then Surrey absolutely dominated the last day.
Abbott moving away from us, passes the umpire. This is driven intended on the offside, but he's dummied everybody. It's got a thick inside edge and goes out towards the boundary where there is a boundary fielder at deep square leg. That is the 1 run for Wesley. Both these batsmen do favour, well, they like the onside and big bottom hands, etc. Wesley, we know, is very much an onside Harry. Yeah, so tell me a bit more about that Hampshire game.
Well, I'll have to consult my computer again, but it was 2 very good bowling attacks going head to head, and it was all very tight until the last day, when Surrey picked up the last 5 Hampshire wickets very, very quickly. 254 all out. They were in their first innings, and then knocked them over on the last morning very quickly indeed. 254 and 258. That was 243 to win for Surrey.
As Abbott bowls, decent ball, nice and straight, and negotiated by Critchley on the front foot. There is no run.
And at lunch, Surrey were 10 without loss.
243 to win.
10 without loss at lunch.
So you were confident.
At T98 for one.
Okay.
And then one with 16 overs to spare, with
How many
Ollie
down?
Pope one down. Ollie Pope 122.
Mentioned about how these batsmen both favour playing into the onside, but they brought the other fielder back over now. There's only one at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket. They've moved the second short mid-wicket into the offside. 2 slips awaiting. A ring on the offside. Abbott in bowls, nicely played, forward defensive, no flourish, just simply allows the ball to hit the bat. There is no run.
Yeah, so I think with that Hampshire game from a Surrey point of view, it wasn't as the previous 2 years where Surrey sort of dominated the game from ball one. It was a very tight, good game of cricket. But then Surrey just sort of went into 6th gear on that last day and didn't look back.
Well, 2 huge games next week, not that we're trying to wish our lives away. Surrey host Middlesex in the London Derby, and Essex travel across to Warwickshire. This time it's driven straight, nicely played, nicely executed, but he doesn't beat mid-on, and that concludes the end of the over. We've got Wesley on 29, Critchley on 14, and Essex slowly, but well, safely moved to 131 for 3.
Yes.
Warwickshire is not always a great travelling ground, away ground for Essex. Yates got a very fine 100, not last year, it was the year before, and Essex lost up there the year they won the championship. It was to be fair, Warwickshire played really well and bowled well, but Essex, yeah, it wasn't a great performance all round. It was one of the lesser performances of that 4-day season for Essex, so that loss up in Edgbaston.
It can be a tough place to go, can't it? It's Kemar Roach from the Hayes close end, back into the attack, replacing Jordan Clark, and his first delivery, Critchley, on the up, looking to drive through extra cover. Twice he's done that now. Big inside edge going past his stumps. He's got to be careful with that. It's an expansive looking shot, that, from Critchley, and twice now he's got a big inside edge on it. It's almost cannon straight back onto his stumps.
It's funny, the new ball came through and people were driving, etc. It was swinging, but this ball now is 44 overs old. It's just harder to time.
Yeah, as Wesley's up on his toes and pushes this one straight back up the pitch, and then has a little look back at Kemar Roach. And Surrey won't mind that at the moment, because there's all sorts of different ways to pick up wickets, but by shutting the scoreboard down, that can pick you up wickets. So Surrey are quite happy in these sort of middle over periods. If there's not a lot going on, they're happy just to sort of fall in and prevent boundaries and bowl to their fields, as this one Wesley's taking off the stumps, flicks it into the leg side, slips and keep. I thought that was through, Tom Wesley. There would have been a massive shout for LBW. Critchley comes back on to strike once again. Sean Abbott and Rory Burns both wearing their floppy white sun hats down there in the distance at mid-off and mid-on respectively. Haven't seen Gus Atkinson yet after lunch. Won't be too long, I wouldn't have thought. 33 for 3. Critchley pushes this one back up the pitch, and they'll pick up another. No, they won't. Apologies. Up will come Rory Burns to do the fielding. But yes, the Hayes close. It's obviously been there a long time, hence the Hayes close end. But I've never been in Hayes close. I've walked past it a few times.
My balls have ended up in the
Have
Hayes
they?
close.
Yes.
Yeah, they did, quite regularly.
Well, I think a few players have over the years, haven't they? I remember Graham Napier launching balls into
They went
Hayes
over
close.
the
Yeah,
Hayes close.
absolutely. It really did.
Umpires are checking the ball. You're not missing any action just at the moment. Mr. Burns, the Surrey captain, has made a representation to...
His namesake?
yes, it is Michael Burns,
Yes.
formerly of Warwickshire, Derbyshire. Yes,
I
of
think
which there's going to be a lull here because both umpires are talking to each other about the ball. A couple of players have gone down to the boundary to receive, to pick up. What's Ollie Pope got in his hand? Has he got a set of balls?
Yes, I think he's gone to get the balls.
Has he?
Yes.
Is Pope going to pick one out and say, "How about this one, sir"?
Oh, this did now. They've got. I'm always intrigued by what they keep the balls in.
It's
And there's a zip-up bag here at Chelmsford. Very
it
nice.
used to be
very
a nice case.
Yeah,
didn't
well,
it?
I think there are some that have stainless steel cases.
Which you expect some money to be in it.
It reminds me a little bit of if you ever were a collector of CDs and you went on a trip, a CD case that the balls are being looked
Really?
at to try and find a ball that's in the sort of condition of 43.4 overs. That's the key thing here. Paul Waters out there with something as well. Looks like, is that a tape measure? You know, light meter, that is, I think.
Well, just on the light, the sun's gone in. We've got a bit of a blanket of cloud. Generally speaking, it is quite high. I don't see any rain on the horizon. I think we're safe.
Well, the sun has disappeared, hasn't it, for the time being. I think they've found a ball now.
You talked about CD cases.
Mm.
What would you have? Which CD would you have?
Do you mean by which artiste?
Music.
Barry Manilow.
Oh, really?
Ah, definitely.
Really?
Diamond.
Oh.
A bit of that, I would have thought. And best film tunes. Films, movie tracks. That'd be
Okay,
me.
I'm not so
That'd
good
be
on
me.
that. I'm
That'd
not
be
so
me.
good on that.
That would be me. I still have the CDs in the car. Yes, I'm not.
What
not modern.
film tracks
Well, just general. I like instrumental
do you?
film tracks. Yes, I do indeed.
Okay.
Kemar Roach from the Hayes close end now has a ball in his hand, so we can continue. That's hitting the pads of Critchley. He's looking to flick this one down the leg side. Gets no bat on it, but does get pad on it. That's going to whistle away for 4 leg byes. Be interesting to see whether this ball does any more than the previous one that went out of shape.
If I was a coach and I could speak to them on the walkie-talkie, I'd say, "Look, lads, just have a look at this ball. Just in case it bounces, just in case it swings, just spend half an over and over. Don't worry about the half volley. Just have a little look to see if this ball misbehaves in any other way."
Over the wicket comes Kemar Roach. Solidly forward goes Critchley and plays this one back up the pitch. End of the over. 137 for 3, then 30 to the captain Tom Wesley. Critchley's on 15. The man to go after lunch, Dan Lawrence, caught behind off the bowling of Sean Abbott for 2. But yeah, I can remember seeing Graham Napier launch balls, well, as you say, over the Hayes close. It's not a long carry, is it, straight here? Either end, really.
No.
Lots of balls end up in the river, don't they?
Yeah, yes, they do. They do. It's very small ground here, unlike, say, the Oval. Bit of news from the Oval. Abbott on his way in bowls. This is leg stumpish. It's gone tickled round the corner all the way up to the executive boxes, but just for the 1 run. One more run to Wesley. 138 for 3. The Archbishop Tennyson's, the school, the adjacent school behind the scoreboard. It's closing.
Is it really? I didn't know that.
Yes.
Oh.
You didn't know that.
I didn't know
I've
that.
told you some SE11 news.
Yes, I didn't realise that.
Really?
No.
I don't know why I read it somewhere, but the Archbishop Tennyson School is closing. Offside 2 at the slip. They look. This could be a leg by. We will look for the umpire. He signals nothing. So it's come off the glove or bat. So one more run. 138 for 3. Critchley 15, but the senior man, the captain, about to face, that is Tom Wesley on 31.
It has just, again, clouds have sort of taken over here. Temperatures dropped a touch.
Abbott moves away from us, bowls right arm over outside off stump through to the keeper, no run. Yeah, trying to think where I read that. I think I read it online.
Well, the hotel is coming on very quickly.
Now, I haven't been to the Oval this summer, and for all the Essex fans, just tell us, so the hotel
Is where the Oval Theatre used to be, across the road, near Archbishop Tennis.
So come out the tube, as Abbott comes in, he bowls, played slightly away from his body, opens the face of the bat, goes to backward point, there is no run. So if I come out the tube, turn
Oval
left.
tube, I take it.
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Come out the tube, turn left.
Follow the road.
There's the newish
Yes.
backside of the pavilion, and then you have a what I call a famous zebra crossing.
Yes, it's just opposite that.
And it's to the left of that.
Yeah, just opposite.
Is that right?
Yep, and it's where the Oval Theatre used to be.
Concert hall
Oval
as well.
Theatre. I'll say it one more time.
Oval Theatre.
It was the Oval Theatre.
Driven in the leg side. It goes all the way up to deep square leg where there is just the one run to conclude the over 139 for 3.
So the Oval Theatre
40
no
for
longer
3.
there,
Right.
and this new hotel's going up.
Well, where is the roundhouse?
That's
That's within the vicinity, isn't it?
I'm not quite sure.
That's a music hall.
Yes, it is. Yes, but I don't think it's anywhere near
I thought
the
it
ground.
was.
I think
Maybe
that's
I'm
in
wrong.
central London, isn't it?
Okay, no,
Or am
no,
I
no.
thinking of Roadhouse, the movie starring Patrick Swayze? One of the two.
I thought that the Oval Theatre, as you call it, used to have a lot of music played there.
As in over the wicket comes Kemar Roach, and this one's left alone outside his off stump by Wesley. It may well have done.
I mean, how many bedrooms? How big?
That bit I don't know.
But it's owned by
there'll
Surrey.
be a few. I think it's in partnership with a well-known hotel chain. If that's the way to say it. So
Yeah.
yes, and at the moment it looks like it's being built, but it'll be lovely. Shout for LBW
Not
coming
no,
back
no.
and going down. But again, just getting it to nip a little bit there was Kemar Roach on Tom Wesley. So yes, all these grounds change over the years. But here, the one big change is obviously the flats away to our left. But other than that, this is much like when I used to come here when I was little in the sort of late 70s, 80s. It hasn't changed at all.
It hasn't changed since I played
No,
here.
exactly. As Kemar Roach down the slope and over the wicket to Wesley, inside edge onto that front pad. And just a little, an interesting little period as well here, because Wesley's on 32, Critchley's on 16, so they came together with a score on 104, so they've added 36. But it's hard work this at the moment. This isn't the sort of get through the first session and then the afternoon is much easier to bat.
Our researcher has returned. I'm just going to set him a challenge.
As Roach is in to Wesley, little outside edge all along the floor, half stopped by a diving Pope at second slip. Back comes Dom Sibley below us. Nice bowling again from Kemar Roach, good half stop from Pope, and just the single. Well, Mr. Gledhill's joining you at the end of this over.
Is he?
Yes, well, I think.
Right.
Yeah, so he may be able to give you the answer to your question.
Nick, you've got a minute to research Archbishop Tennyson School at the Oval.
Right.
I believe it's closing down. Can you research that for us, please?
As Roach comes in over the wicket to Critchley. I'll tell you what, if it isn't, there's a shock for anybody listening from Archbishop Tennyson School. And they'll get a single here as the throw comes in, half stopped in there at short mid-wicket. Is that Tom Laws out there? I think young Tom Laws is out there doing some 12th man duties at the moment in there at mid-wicket. Wesley moves on to strike on 33. Critchley at the non-striker's end on 17. The old headmaster, his phone's going at the moment.
Well, the teachers will be on strike tomorrow.
The old headmaster's phone's going at the minute. As in over the wicket comes Roach, and Wesley's letting this one go. Outside is off stump. End of the over. 142 for 3. Don Topley will continue commentary in a moment. He'll be joined by Nick Gledhill.
Well, I hope I've got that information right. We'll find out. And I thought it was because they suggested in the, is it the parish of Lambush? They suggested that there was insufficient numbers of pupils or something. I'm sure it was appertaining to that that comment I've made. Change of bowling from our end. The gentleman who I felt bowled Surrey's finest this morning. It is in fact Gus Atkinson. He is just bowling a few to his mate at mid-on before chatting with Rory Burns, the captain, and 2 slips and a ring on the offside, mid-wicket, mid-on, deep square leg and fine leg. And this is driven beautifully. The first ball is generally fairly well pitched up. It's been driven by Critchley, who will take 2 out to longish mid-off.
Yeah, it's not. I've actually got the letter that's been sent out to parents by the school. It's sad if it happens. It's not definite, I don't think, but there's a consultation period going on until 12th of May, and then things like what does this mean for your child, that sort of thing. But very sad if it does.
So
not definite.
Not definite, but
No.
I'm nearly right.
Yeah. So you're on the right lines.
Gus Atkinson on his way in bowls. This is he's playing this through mid-on. And he's played and missed and possibly played around it, but unfortunately for Critchley, the ball was outside off, so a good looking ball. His skipper might need to have a quick word and just say, keep playing straight, don't play to leg. Both these batsmen, we used to call them back in the day onside Harrys. Enjoy playing through the leg side. Atkinson on his way in bowls. Outside off stump, played with an open face back to backward point. There is no run.
Everyone's going to be groping around for royal related headlines, aren't they, the next couple of days with the coronation. So can I offer you Henry and his 6 wickets for Henry Brooks?
Oh,
6 for 20 on his debut for Derbyshire, the loan signing from Warwickshire, and Leicester 122 all out. So
wow.
They've all 6 have survived to tell the tale. That's the good news.
As Atkinson bowls, good delivery, model forward defensive there. Critchley gets a single, goes out to deep square leg, 145 for 3.
They reduced Hampshire from 83 for 1 to 109 for 6 in what would I imagine would be conditions quite similar to this.
Where's that being played?
That's at Southampton. And 3 for 37 to Rushworth, 2 for Chris Wokes. His wickets either side of lunch. Vince is 30 not out.
Easy.
And it's 129 for 6, Hampshire against Warwickshire. So that game moving along. Hampshire's bowlers, of course, have the capacity to strike back.
Atkinson bowls, driven into the leg side. That's going to go for 4. Genuine leg stump half volley, which is beautifully executed by Wesley. And that goes all the way to the players' gate in front of the pavilion at mid-wicket. Super shot, 149 for 3.
Maybe Essex just starting to regain the initiative after a fairly attritional period of play after lunch, where Surrey gave nothing away. The odd boundary starting to creep in. Wesley 37 having a pretty good campaign so far, and we mentioned he was a leading run scorer going into this round of games, and he may well still be after it. Here's Kumar Roach bowling to Critchley, who tucks it away past the square leg umpire for a single. Deep square leg has been set back now. 5 saving 1, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, short cover and backward point, 2 slips, a deep square and a fine leg. And that is 150 up. We're in the 48th over. And a little bit of a partner degree, 1 of 2 wickets for him. It's been quite a lively day elsewhere. Just the other scores: Worcestershire 190 for 7. They were 44 for 5. 59 to Hose, and that really helped with the recovery. So that one just swings into Wesley and just takes him on the pad. He was playing a defensive stroke and it beat the prod of the bat and thudded into the pad, but more indications of swing. So 190 for 7. Worcestershire obviously waiting for the Sussex innings with Steve Smith part of a lineup, and Marnus Labuschagne 54 not out. Glamorgan were 1 for 2. They're now 135 for 4 against Yorkshire. and an unbeaten half century for Labuschagne at Trent Bridge. So that's very much showing commitment to the cause. I imagine it was pretty hard going early on there with a couple of wickets for Ben Code, who I think has since gone off injured. Here's Wesley playing defensively to Roach up into the offside, and there is no run. So nice to have a bigger set of matches in this particular round. There were just 2 games in the first division in the last round, and some interesting stuff going on. But Essex, I think, despite that wobble either side of lunch, Don will be reasonably happy. 150 for 3.
Yeah, they have. I mean, it's 48 overs old is the ball. We have had a replacement, but this is probably the best time to bat. But we've got to understand we're facing 4 decent bowlers.
Indeed, Roach bowls, and that's a nice looking drive from Wesley, but doesn't get it past mid-on. But still looking pretty comfortable at the crease, Tom Wesley. And as I say, it's been a very good start to the... It's a couple of 40s early on, then that big 100 at Canterbury, but just a feeling that he's on an upward curve with his batting at the moment. And certainly with Essex going for this 4-seamer strategy home and away, very important that the top 6 fire. And although Lawrence missed out today, Wesley has got himself in on 37. 21 to Critchley, 150 for 3 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio London. There's a good delivery which Wesley does well to avoid getting an edge to. It sort of just held its line. Roach is there with hands on hip, and Wesley was tempted into that, and I think he just about saw the better of a judgment. But it was a fine piece of bowling from Roach, which really had Wesley thinking what he needed to do with that. Or maybe being a bit kind to him, actually. He did get very close to that, looking at the edge, looking at the replay again. I think he was drawn into that. In the end, the bat was somewhere away from the body, but a nice piece of bowling from Roach.
He will admonish himself there. That wasn't a great shot. That's an out shot, and his team needs him, and he's playing for his pride as well. He's the leading scorer in this season's Essex dressing room so far. He's been playing nicely, so he won't want to get out like that. He'll start his innings again. It's going to be, well, starting this over at Gus Atkinson. This time it's driven back down, and he fields well, gets down well off in his follow-through to prevent any run. That was a good-looking shot for none.
Richard backing up an email from Chris earlier about Dan Lawrence's dismissal, thinking it missed the bat. The umpire didn't get the benefit of seeing the replay. We had an earlier one from Chris Lacey on that, and Richard Vaughan following it up. So we didn't get a chance to see the replay on that one, Don.
Atkinson on his way in, passes the umpire, nice and straight. Bit of a leading edge there, goes into the offside, but there isn't any danger for the batsman.
BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com, and one earlier from Steve. I've left this one, Steve, until when I was back on with Don. What makes a good ball polisher? Who has been a successful ball polisher? How and why? Who tends to get the job? Does a side have different polishers for different conditions? So maybe a theme you can explore in this half hour, Don.
Atkinson bowls. This is a beautiful delivery, bowled around a bit off stump, which is respected by Critchley. There is no run.
My understanding is someone tended to be given the job, didn't they?
Yeah, funny enough, there's various ways to look at it. First of all, you don't want someone who's really sweaty,
right,
who has sweaty palms, because you don't want to get too much sweat on the ball, really, unless you design to put sweat onto the ball, and you might put it on a scuff, but you just want to keep the ball dry. As this time that's a shout. I even might be interested, but the umpire says not out. I'll be interested to see where that was going. It looked quite good. Essex here with Wesley in the last over, playing and missing. We've just got to be a little bit tighter here. There are going to be times when Surrey dry up Essex's runs, and this is a situation they've just got to buckle down, see it through.
Good shout, that, I think.
I was interested as Atkinson bowls and fields on his follow through yet again. Bowls nice and straight. He's pitching it up. Essex are driving. Both Wesley and Critchley are happy to drive at the ball.
Might have been height an issue, but it did look a good shout on the replay. Went about middle and leg.
So you want a ball polisher that takes it seriously. Somebody that hasn't got sweaty palms. Normally, you would probably do a lot of it at mid-on and mid-off. There's a reason for that. As Atkinson bowls, that's a shout as well. Funny enough, I'm not so keen with that one. We'll have a look at that one in a minute. But to be honest, that's a super over from Atkinson, as Essex survived that over on 150 for 3. Wesley has 37 and Critchley 21.
Yeah, agree with that. That didn't look as good a shout as the first one. Forecast tomorrow, showery.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just sort of showers on and off. I mean, we are going to have a fair amount of play, but there will be some periods where we might have the odd interruption. It could be one of those days where we're here the extra half hour. Roach will bowl from the Hayes close end, played by Wesley off the back foot up into the covers, and there's no run. Saturday, not looking terribly good.
Isn't it?
No, 70% chance of rain for most of the playing day. Sunday, okay-ish.
We noticed that you're only here the first and last day.
Yes, well, it's going to rain on Sunday.
Well, both Mr. Church and myself were wondering if you had any specific responsibilities on Saturday.
Yes, I've been asked to watch the big event. So there we go. I haven't got any responsibilities. Just been asked to watch it. No, it's been asked to watch it. Here's that's right up in the block hole, and Wesley there does well to keep that out. Nice piece of bowling from Roach.
Beautiful
That looks beautifully executed, didn't it? And could easily have got through an inferior player to Tom Wesley. That was well done by both, actually, because Wesley did well just to dig it out.
Yes, he did. What do you mean you've been asked to watch?
Oh, just go along, just on television. Nothing much more than that. No.
Who for? May I
Oh
ask?
gosh, questions are piling up here, aren't they? But
Well, that sounds terribly important.
Nothing terribly important about it. Is Roach up to the wicket again, bowls, and this is played defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. When basically a big event, so you get asked to come along and watch it. Not necessarily in a group. Yeah, so that's basically it. And it's I think it's going to be sort of late morning, isn't it? So interesting. On Saturday we're going to have national anthem here, but no interruption to play unless it rains, which it will do.
Yeah, that's right.
So actually, the way it will work out probably is everybody will be able to watch it on a big screen because it will be raining. But we shall see. Doesn't come around that often, does it? Short mid-wicket in. 4 men saving one. Beautiful Yorker again, and then once again Wesley survives with a very late adjustment. What part of his bat he saved himself with there, I'm not sure. But it's hands on heads all round for Surrey, who are motionless, including the bowler after that. That was just, well, I tell you what, Wacker Eunice wouldn't have disowned that. That really was right up into the shoes, and he managed to just about survive. Obviously got some bat on it, because a big shout would have gone up otherwise.
Umpire gives Kemar Roach a pat on the back. I think it impressed the umpire as well. 2 superb Yorkers have been bowled by Kemar Roach, and Essex are still there. Tom Wesley's still there.
Yes, of course, Wacker Eunice, the master of these sorts of
so.
deliveries. As here, this one is sensibly from Roach, looking at a double bluff, perhaps. Just tries to tempt Wesley with one outside the off stump. So Wesley doesn't quite know when the Yorker is coming, but there will be another one, I'm sure, fairly soon. But both are beautifully executed, and again, credit to Wesley for surviving both of them, really. And could be important in the context of the game how well this partnership does, because Pepper did well at Canterbury on that flat pitch, hasn't particularly got championship runs at Chelmsford, and when of course it's a fairly long lower order, that's outside the off stump, and it's cutting back in and gathered in by folks. We know that Harmer particularly is a very capable batsman, but he hasn't quite been at his best so far this season. So 150 for 3 with 37 Wesley and 21 Critchley. And Essex, yep, they've had a decent day of it against the leaders. Stand of 62 for the first wicket before Brown was caught by Steele at third slip off Atkinson. Then big wicket Cook, having been dropped twice, the second one a very difficult chance, got to his 50 and then was brilliantly caught by folks down the leg side off Atkinson for 51, and straight after lunch Lawrence caught behind off Abbott for 2.
Atkinson, who bowled a beautiful last over, is on his way to Critchley. Critchley goes back and across and plays it with quite tall, really, as he gets on his on top of the bounce and plays it back into the offside. There is no run. 150 for 3. I've had a few tweets come in with various contributions about the Archbishop Tennyson's secondary school, and many genuinely think it is closing. This time a little bit down the leg side, which Critchley misses out, and he admonishes himself.
Yes, I've just sort of found
no run.
one sort of letter that was sent to, it's available online,
Yeah.
that was sent talking about the fact there was a consultation period.
Local school to close due to plummeting pupil numbers. That's from the Clapham News. Surrey Pigeon comes back. Yeah, has confirmed the board blamed the decision on falling numbers.
Right.
Gus Atkinson bowls, and this time Matt Critchley plays into the offside. Sensibly, no run. Yeah, lots of people have contributed. Thank you for that. There was one tweet, I've got to find it. Somebody asked me about Ireland and Bangladesh, if I can find it. Ireland and Bangladesh are due to play here in the coming days, I think. Not
3
long
matches, yeah.
and there are 2 pitches in the white ball area here at Chelmsford. Played into the leg side, good looking shot. It's going to run away, beat the fielder at deep square leg, is in front of square, and it's gone for 4 towards the pavilion here at Chelmsford. A little bit ambitious is that delivery from Gus Hankinson, just asking it to do a little bit too much. Sight Screen Cricket Journal says worth remembering that the Ireland-Bangladesh play in ODIs on the same square, different wickets. They're going to play in the white ball area where the T20 and our Royal London games are normally played. Atkinson bowls this, played into the offside. Again, no run. And he said, I really feel sorry for the ground staff because they are due to play just a couple of days after this Essex-Surrey match. There are 2 pitches marked out which have got the sort of banana matting covering protecting them. They're cut out with the black sight screen in the distance. We're playing further over towards the pavilion, and obviously we have a white sight screen in place. In comes Atkinson bowls, driven up to mid-on. Good looking shot, but no runs. End of the over. 154 for 3. Wesley, the captain, 37, and Critchley on 25.
But I thought you were going to ask me why I'd avoided the rain, but managed to avoid the rain. But it'll be all right, because Paul Newton, who's going to be here on Saturday, tends to be our lucky commentator with regard to the weather. You can have a terrible forecast, but if Paul's doing the game, it'll tend to be okay. Good example, actually, was Canterbury a couple of Saturdays ago. So rest assured, we'll be fine. 154 for 3.
Thank you for the kind comments, Keith Escott.
2 slips and a short mid-wicket, and that's a drive from Wesley, well timed, but straight to mid-off, sorry.
To Colin and also James Lowe. Great to listen to you guys, enjoying the coverage. There was a gentleman, James Lowe, if he's listening, sending my best wishes. He was a youngster in a pram, sat with us in the oval square of the wicket, and he remembers I had crutches on. He's asking about my toe, just to say thank you very much, I'm all good. My road running days might be over.
As Roach up to the wicket, bowls from the Hayes close end. Again, Wesley tries to time the drive, but doesn't. Goes straight up to mid-on. He's hanging in there, though, Tom Wesley, just occasionally getting the ball away, but the thing is, occupation of the crease is as important. They're not too worried about 450 and 110 overs on this pitch, unlike Canterbury, and against a rather stronger attack, I would hasten to add as well. 154 for 3. And Andy Fox in Cambridge has a question for us. What do Surrey, Middlesex, Somerset, Gloucestershire and Kent have that the other 13 counties do not? And there was a bouncer, a bit of variation from Roach. I'm sure the Yorker is coming soon, and ducked underneath there by Wesley, but he's certainly keeping the Essex captain guessing at the moment. The clue he offers, it is to do with attire.
Cable knit jumpers.
Sorry, Mark?
Cable knit jumpers.
Ah, cable knit jumpers. Yeah, that's a good first offering.
Is. Can I say, Churchy, I'm most impressed with that. That's a fantastic contribution from our Surrey commentator.
Roach still under cloud cover. It has been since lunch from the Hayes close end. Bowls to Wesley, and Wesley just going across his crease and playing up towards short mid wicket, and there's no run.
Go through those counties.
So the counties again are Surrey, Middlesex. So
Surrey, Middlesex,
and then Somerset and Gloucestershire and Kent.
Somerset, Gloucestershire
and Kent. What do they have in common?
Gloucestershire have got a new sweater this year. What was the other one? Kent.
Kent.
I can't. I commentated on.
Well,
them
Paul would have
recently.
seen them last week,
But
so
they
he'll be
did-
able to offer.
They didn't bat long enough for me to see last week. Oh. Have they given you the answer?
He says the answer will be coming in due course if necessary, or confirmation that Mark's right, as Wesley just goes back into his crease and plays back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Churchy might have just.
Being chased back towards the deep mid-wicket boundary. It will be stopped. That was just slightly over-pitched on the pads there of the Essex skipper, and he gets it away for a couple of runs. So he's had a couple of 40s already this season, the one big score at Canterbury, but he's nicely on course just at the moment. Nice resilience from Lancashire at Trent Bridge. Tom Bailey 47 not out, Jimmy Anderson 5 not out, and these two have so far put on 27. So Anderson's decided he hasn't got enough runs to play with. He's decided he's got to get a few himself. Brett Hutton 5 for 66, Lancashire 213 for 9 against Notts at Trent Bridge. So that one bubbling up nicely. It'll be interesting to see if Lancashire can respond in kind. Two pretty strong seam attacks involved in that game. 25 to Critchley, 39 to Wesley, 156 for 3, and a good little partnership taking shape between these two, who've been together since the score was 104, so they've now put on 52.
And as a consequence of that fine partnership, we're seeing the introduction of spin. It's going to be Cameron Steele, formerly of Durham, who's bowling from the river end, and the reason he's going to bowl from the river end is probably, even when you look from here, if you look at the entire strip we're playing on, the far end, or if you bat at the Hayes Close end, there looks to be as if there's just a little more shaving of on a length. It looks a bit whiter in a certain area of length. Still, to bowl his leg, he's got a slip, which is Burns, standing at slip, Sibley at backward point, Pope at cover, and in he comes to bowl. Nice loopy leg spin, which this time Critchley, who also bowls leg spin, he appreciates his opponent and push drives him down to long on, where Jordan Clark is now fielding with a sweater on beneath the Tom Pearce stand. 157 for 3. Still, couple of paces, bowls, gives it a bit of air, hit on the fall against the spin into the leg side. There's going to be one to the short boundary where a fielder is at deep mid wicket, just allows the 158 for 3.
Yeah, very good all-round contribution from Cameron Steele to the side. What tends to bat down, 7-8, and
Got a
pretty
100,
useful, yeah.
100 recently, Old Trafford I think it was, as this is driven all the way up to Jordan Clark at long on for a single. Yeah, he got 100. In fact, it was my great friend who photographed him up at Old Trafford and sent pictures to his father, an old school friend who is one of the official Lancashire photographers. A very fine 100 it was, as he bowls a very good delivery, does the fielding on his follow-through, respected there by Wesley. Wesley bat down, bat up, waiting. Bat down, comes forward, plays with a wristy leg side shot. It's not really turning much, he can afford to do that, where it's played up to the Tom Pearce stand for just the 1 run. Jordan Clark does the fielding.
Chris Lacey enjoying his 10th period of cricket. He thinks that Dan Lawrence could also have been a good shot for LBW if he didn't hit it, so perhaps that's why he wasn't surprised at being given out.
This time a little flatter. Last ball of the over, decent over, which is respected by Critchley out to mid-wicket. There is no run. 160 for 3, and we're in the 52nd, 50, about to commence the 53rd over.
Thinking back to the dismissal, that's a very good point actually, because I don't think they're necessarily outside the line, and he has been given out, caught behind, but had he not hit it, it would have been a pretty strong shot for LBW as well, that one, against Lawrence. So
there's a
think about the Lawrence dismissal, yeah.
Great phrase in cricket, isn't there?
Yes.
What do they say? Look
Yeah.
in the book.
So the delivery deserved the wicket. I think we can say that it gave Lawrence very little room for manoeuvre.
Change of bowling?
got Atkinson, is it,
Yeah,
coming
I
back
think
at
it
the
is.
Hayes close end? Yeah. So 2 slips. I think the first time he's bowled from the Hayes close end. Comes into bowl. He's on the pads of Wesley, who works it away. Bit of a get-out ball that. Down to fine leg for a single. So, yeah, it's... I say it has been a fairly attritional afternoon. Good bowling. Essex not wanting, particularly after the early loss of Lawrence, to give away too much of the initiative. But I think it's been absorbing for the spectators. How much play will we lose in this game? Are we probably going to see maybe 3 days of cricket effectively? As this is steered away past the square leg umpire by Critchley for a single, 162 for 3. Are we going to see the pitch deteriorate? We've seen some variable bounce. If it does deteriorate, could the toss prove to be a particularly important one to win? How will the Essex bowlers, with Sam Cook renewed in the Essex attack after his injury and forced layoff, get on this surface?
First innings runs are very, very important in this game.
Here's Wesley, just I think maybe off the pad, just worked away into the onside, just past where a square leg, short leg would be. Indeed, it is off the pad, so it's 1 extra to a total. We've had our misfortune with our sort of machinery today. We've got our replay screen working, but our scoreboard, on which we see our electronic scoreboard, that's gone off again. So well, at one point today, we'll have everything working at the same time, which will be a source of great jubilation for us. As here, quickly just covers up, plays it up towards mid-on. There's no running. Might be able to turn it back on for us.
What a start.
Well, very good indeed. So these two, some nice looking averages for them at the moment. Of course, got the up-to-date ones. Critchley averaging 62 at the moment. And he's just on, I think, 249 runs, so his latest stats. So Wesley, averaging 58.5. If they can carry on like that all season, they'll be very pleased. Here's Atkinson again, bowls to Critchley, it's slightly uppish, he goes on the pull shot, gets it away for 2, going up towards the deep square leg boundary. It will be stopped, they come back for the second run.
Fielded at deep square, genuine bouncer, pulled, and a very long boundary on the leg side for Critchley, but it was well executed, to be fair.
Yeah, so obviously these averages will be slightly damaged as and when they get out, but have a couple of batsmen currently averaging around 60. Really are riches indeed for Essex compared to what the situation was like for most of last season, where there weren't quite enough runs coming from the middle order to really sort of sustain a challenge against the big 3 of last season. Here is Atkinson again, bowls, and that's just another pull shot and well executed. Goes for 4, goes past deep square leg. It was a little bit short, that. And he hasn't quite found his length in this first exploratory over from the Hayes close end. That's probably the worst ball he's bowled all day, and fairly easy for Critchley just to almost sort of help it on its way. And just the pressure to being released a little bit now in this partnership. Yeah, that was a fairly straightforward one. It sort of sat up a little bit, and it beat the dive of the fielder at deep square leg. 169 for 3, Critchley 34. Wesley 42.
Cameron still to bowl his second over from the river end. He bowls slightly flat, driven against the spin safely into the leg side. That is 1 run to Wesley, I think it is, or is it Critchley? I can't see. I think it's Wesley then. He is now off strike on 42, facing on strike is Critchley on 34. Slip, a ring on the offside and a scout on the offside. This time full toss, leg stump, which is driven straight to mid-wicket where there is no run. Deep square is actually in front of the pavilion on the shorter leg side boundary from the river end. Still bowls. Well, this is a slog sweep. It's gone for 6 into the Tom Pearce stand. He didn't get right down, but he made a very good connection, did Critchley, against the leg spinner. One leg spinner just hits the other leg spinner for 6. As I say, great connection, didn't necessarily get down into the slog sweep position. 176 for 3. In comes Steele. This time it's driven against the spin all the way up to the Tom Pearce stand or along the floor. One more run. 177 for 3.
Yes, basically this is a pretty good pitch, isn't it? We've seen a bit of swing, we've seen a bit of variable bounce, but I think generally there's quite a lot of time for the batsmen to play their shots, the batters to play their shots.
Still in. What a good delivery. Might have just had a hint of turn there as Critchley Wesley comes forward and he plays and it turns and goes past the edge to the keeper's gloves.
That was a nice piece of bowling, wasn't it?
Still again bowls, little more leg stumpish, looks to turn it around the corner and gets a leading edge, not in the air but into backward point where there is no run. So pretty good over there, I would say. 3 very interesting balls there from Cameron Steele as he's bowled his second over, and I would suggest he's going to stay on for a few more. The ball is 54 overs old. The score is 177 for 3. Wesley on 43, Critchley on 41, and I think that is the end of me.
Yes, for a little while, and Mark's coming back. We've got about 9 overs to go before tea, so we're not far behind schedule. Particularly with a leg spinner on, we might actually be very close to schedule, which will be good. So here's Atkinson from the Hayes close end, bowls, and Critchley just covers up and plays defensively up into the offside, and there's no run. Lancashire 214 all out. Jimmy Anderson did get out to Ollie Stone for 5, leaving Tom Bailey 48 not out. They do bat a long way down, Lancashire. They're going to need those extra runs, I think. Brett Hutton 5 for 66 there. 2 wickets for Broad, 2 wickets for Stone. 214 for Lancashire against Notts, and here off the back foot, played by Critchley up into the covers, and there is no run. So a good day for Notts, and I guess with the rain around over the next few days, it's not a bad thing for these games to be moving along at a bit of a pace, because
the weather won't be as bad as
well,
you
I've
keep
just said,
telling us,
because Paul tends to be quite a good omen for the weather. So
does he?
Yeah, so that might be,
brings
it might be
sunshine
better.
wherever he goes.
Not necessarily that, but at least it stays dry. Here is Atkinson bowls, and that's steered up to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket, and there's no run. So Surrey could probably do with a wicket mark now. It's been an attritional afternoon, but these two have fought well.
I think Essex have to be a bit careful here. I think these two have played really well, but if one of these two were to go, there's a chance then that you can have a go at next man in. And we saw this before lunch, didn't we? Suddenly 2 go here.
Yes.
And at 5 down at tea. As long as these two are still here, it's been a very good session for Essex.
Atkinson with 2 slips, a shortish mid-wicket, and 4 overs saving 1. And Critchley just comes forward and plays up into the covers, and there is no run. But Surrey have stuck to the task pretty well. Roach particularly unlucky with those wonderful Yorkers.
But he got that ball to swing as well,
yes.
didn't he? All of a sudden, he just got that
Swinging
ball going
Yorkers.
a touch. And the one thing that Surrey have done here is that they haven't let Essex get away from them in this session so far. So if they could nick one of these two out and then possibly get one more before tea.
As Atkinson bowls, and Critchley again just comes forward and plays to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And yes, you were the right answer to the quiz question.
Was that there, right? Cable knit sweaters.
Indeed, so a round of applause for
traditional
for that question we had.
Well, Phil Britt at Warwickshire last week was getting very upset about that. The cable knits don't have names and numbers on them.
I thought Phil would be more likely to be getting upset about the way the game was going.
Well, no. But then he said that he would be happy to knit the numbers on himself.
Atkinson bowls, driven up past the stumps at the far end, goes up to mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, a bit of a shock for Warwickshire. I sort of, just slightly fancy them. Either have a good season or a bad season, Warwickshire. Last season was a bad season until they were rescued by Norwell at the end. Their batting had looked very, very good until that Surrey game, but Surrey with swinging conditions certainly made a huge impact there, and what could prove to be a very important win. 177 for 3, 43 Wesley and 41. So Critchley is catching him up.
And it'd be Cameron Steele to continue from this river end. 177 for 3, as Nick says. So this partnership now is worth 73. The partnership, Critchley has 41. Wesley's playing very solidly for his 43. As in comes Cameron Steele to Wesley. That's a bit short, and it's cut by Wesley behind square through the offside. That'll bring Kemar Roach round. Don't take his arm on. as the throw comes in straight over the top of the stumps from the boundary. So don't ever take on the Kemar Roach arm. And 2 more to Wesley. He moves on to 45. From an Essex point of view, these two will know how important it is that they're still there at tee. As Cameron Steele is in, and that's quicker, and it's just punched off the back foot by Wesley into the leg side. Round comes Jamie Smith to do the fielding, and Wesley will pick up another single. He moves on to 46. Just a reminder that no side this season has gone past 300 against Surrey. 180 for 3 at the moment. As in comes Cameron Steele. This one's punched by Critchley off the back foot. In the new currency, that means that nobody has got 2 batting points against Surrey this season. In the new currency, obviously. With this utterly pointless 250, you get a batting point. As Cameron Steele comes in over the wicket once more, tossed up. Oh, slog swept again by Critchley. He's got a lot of this one. That's in the river. I think that one has gone into the river. Might have a slight delay here. I'm not sure that ball's coming back. Jamie Smith is off to see whether it can be found beyond the stand. But I think that may well have gone into the river. Yeah, Jamie Smith has decided to go and get another box of balls, in fact, because he got a lot of that one, did Critchley. He moves on to 47, and it's 186 for 3.
So, yeah, you're not a fan of the revised batting points.
I think it's the most pointless thing.
Well, Don will know that's my view as well, because I've told Don.
Come across in my entire
I think
cricket watching life.
I think I described it as sort of what was the phrase I used, but a gimmick. That's the phrase I used to you, Don, wasn't it? A bit of a gimmick, baseball.
Pointless. Absolutely.
Now you get a flat wicket at Canterbury. To be honest, that game you wouldn't have got a result in 6 days, let alone 4. But that did look very flat there. I know Simon Harmer was starting to make a bit of an impression, but Essex would have probably won it eventually. But with weather around, it's going to take a lot of time to get a result there.
What fascinates me, and I mentioned it's on top of this one, is if a side needing batting points, we get towards the end of the season, they might be paying on the shortest boundaries that you've ever seen.
Yes.
Just to try and get there in the 110 overs.
Yeah.
So yes, complete and utter waste of time, really. But there we go. 186 for 3.
I'll give an example of after this ball.
Cameron Steele is in to Critchley, who drives this time handsomely inside out through extra cover. Round comes Kemar Roach. Critchley moves on to 49. Is it 3 consecutive 50s from?
He got
Critchley?
Yes, he got earlier on. I'll give you his stats, which he had 3 consecutive.
Yep. So he's eyeing up a 4th here. Critchley's played very nicely, I must say. As Cameron Steele is into, and that's short. He's looked to punch off the back foot. Doesn't time this at all. He's missed out a touch there. Well, Critchley, that's the end of the over. He's on 49. Wesley has 46, and it's 188 for 3 Essex.
See, I thought it might be quite a sensible idea if we had 3-day cricket, because you see, there's less risk. If you fall in a heap in a 3-day match, you can still probably hang on for a draw, even if the other side bats past you. Let's give you the example of Hampshire-Surrey, where Surrey fought really hard in that first innings to post a respectable score, 250 odd, against a very strong Hampshire attack in conditions that no one's interested in trying to slog Barker and Abbas around at that point. It's about staying in the game, isn't it, and dealing with a test match attack, and actually then building a platform where, when the conditions improved in the 4th day, Ollie Pope was able to take advantage, and that was a good example of it, I think,
I'll be a believer when England do it and they get batting points in a test match.
Yes, here's Atkinson bowling, and that's driven away just between the square leg umpire and mid-wicket. Good looking shot and a couple of runs, but it's just looking a little bit more comfortable for these two now after certainly an hour after lunch, where it was very attritional indeed, but they're just getting a little bit more expansive, both approaching 50s. 190 for 3, Wesley 48, Critchley 49. Question of who will get there first. Wesley has the advantage, if you like, of being on strike, but he'll be pretty pleased now after those couple of early 40s and the big score at Canterbury. This is one where it really matters, and he's done well again, Tom Wesley, and off the back foot that goes down to backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, you're going to get flat pitches where sides can get 450 in 110 overs, but
they would have done anyway.
Yes,
that's my whole point.
Yeah.
If you're on a flat one, most of these sides naturally on a flat one would be going at 4, 5 and over anyway.
Another thing, if you get a really severely rain-affected game, you have to put the opposition in if there's only got a day left in the game, because your only chance of getting points really is bowling points. As this is played by Wesley off Atkinson up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, not over keen on that. I did like the 5 points for the draw. I think that was a good move. Lancashire will be ruining that at the moment. They've got 3 draws, and of course they're a long way down the table. But yeah, I think it wasn't particularly about to get his third 50 of the campaign. Critchley on 49, Wesley on 48. Critchley favourite to get there first now, as Atkinson bowls to him. And he plays a slice drive without timing. Maybe a little bit of swing there as it goes up towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. But I always think is that we make these rule changes every year, and you're always left with one outstanding one that you think doesn't really make sense, and then they'll change that eventually.
Yes, and the other point to make is that those players that are playing for England and going at that rate, they're exceptionally good cricketers.
Yes. So Zach Cordy was an informed Zach Cordy on a flat pitch at Canterbury. You expect to score quickly. This is all hit uppishly by Critchley. The ball just stopped on him slightly. Atkinson was briefly interested in the Corton bowl, but it fell well short of him and to his left. Went up towards mid-off, but the ball just stopping a little bit there. And yes, so Critchley's very good season. He did miss out against Kent, but yeah, 55 and 53 against Middlesex, 78 and 35 not out against Lancashire. So you can't really say much fairer than that in terms of his early contribution. 191 for 3, 49 Critchley, 48 Wesley, and a good stand between these two.
Very good stand at the moment.
Which is worth what, 100?
87.
Yeah, 87.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've done it very well. You know, Wesley's just been extremely watchful. And Critchley came out and looked like a man in form and was immediately into scoring his runs. So, yeah, it's nicely poised this at the minute. It really is. And it's going to be Sean Abbott back into the attack. The head-banded Sean Abbott into the attack. Wesley is the man on strike on 48, the Essex captain, and he's up on his toes looking to punch off the back foot. Doesn't time this at all. That rolls in there to extra cover. Cameron Steele does the fielding, and there's no run.
And a good immediate response from Lancashire, by the way, at Trent Bridge, because Ben Duckett has been bowled by Tom Bailey for 5, so 11 for 1, replying to 214. That game moving on. Both sides could do with a win, stranded sort of lower mid-table at the moment.
Lancashire played 3, drawn 3.
Yeah.
As Abbott goes a bit wider of the crease this time, little inside edge from Wesley. Back onto his thigh guard. And that rolls away into the offside, and there's no run. So those that came in shirt-sleeved order this morning have probably putting their coats on now, I would have thought.
I think a lot of people did sort of bring reserve layers on a just-in-case basis with the easterly wind, and certainly we haven't had any sun. A little bit of blue sky on the horizon, but the sun's basically gone since lunchtime. Not what was forecast.
No. As Abbott past umpire Middlebrook to Wesley, and Wesley, oh, inside edge, flies away for 4, looking to force off the back foot, but that will bring up the Essex captain's 50 from 127 deliveries. So he's battled away out there as Tom Wesley, well played. 52 not out from 127 deliveries with 5 fours, but that one he didn't know a huge amount about.
No, he'll say 4+1 in terms of his boundaries, I think, because that one, say, it was a little bit of an escape, and he has had his moments where he's had to fight very hard to survive, particularly against Roach.
Abbott over the wicket he comes, and Wesley inside edge onto his front pad, and folks was about to go up for an LBW shout there, but a big inside edge onto that front pad. He's just looking to force that ball off the back foot, was Tom Wesley.
Tom Wesley's brief England career, of course, a few years ago now. He started off well and sort of tailed away, didn't he?
When would that have been, 2017?
Yes, I'm just looking up actually, it's quite a long while ago now.
As Abbott's over the wicket once again to Wesley, and Wesley is forward. Plays this off a good length towards Rory Burns, stood up there at mid-off.
5 tests for the highest of 59, average 24, and made his test debut. In fact, his entire career was in 2017 over a period of that summer.
South Africa, wasn't it, for the tourists?
South Africa and the West Indies,
That's
yeah.
right. He probably played against Kemar Roach, didn't he?
Could well have been, yeah.
As Abbott is in over the wicket, and Wesley lets this one go outside his off stump. Mark Stoneman as well. He made his debut in that series against the West Indies. Toby Rowland-Jones against South Africa. End of the over. 195 for 3 then. Essex. Wesley has 52. Critchley's on 49.
And yeah, it's just having a look. Yeah, Kemar Roach was playing in that last game, which I think was yeah, it was funny enough. It was an England win by 9 wickets, and Tom Wesley got 44 not out, which would be odd if it was his last game, but I think it was. Looking at that, so one of those moments where you might consider yourself unlucky in making a decent score and a short run chase to win the game, but and then not getting another chance. But it was all in a very congested period in the summer of 2017, Tom's Test career. Of course, he then came back to Essex and was part of the championship winning side in that year. In fact, we were just talking off air with Don earlier of that quite a pivotal game at Guildford, where St Surrey were 350 for 5 going into the day that we did together. Got rolled out for just under 400, and then Tenderskart had batted past Surrey. And probably Surrey probably hadn't got enough runs in the first innings. I think Essex wanted to win the game, and that was quite a pivotal result in the season, I think.
Yeah, absolutely, I remember that game very well.
But Surrey were showing signs at that stage of building into a side that would go on to win the championship the following year. And it's duly happened, of course. 195 for 3 as Clark bowls, and this is steered up into the offside, and there's no one. You think, Mark, that a couple of other sides, you could probably name 3 that have really been in contention over the last 5 years in Somerset, Lancashire and Hampshire. Warwickshire, sort of in that odd year where we had the conference, popped up and won it.
Yep.
But Essex and Surrey have been very much sort of dominant forces for the last 5 or 6 years, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, isn't it? How it goes inside.
Yes, as Clark bowls, and that's it's played defensively into the onside. Looking at the fact that Sussex are having a good season this year, and of course it's only just over 10 years ago that they were sort of kings of the hill really in the mushy era, and they had some Murray Goodwin and people like that.
Yeah.
Got a pretty strong side in this game with Pujara, Robinson, and Smith and Steve Smith.
Yes, it's not the worst second division side you're ever going to see there, is it?
And it's nice to see them just turning a bit of a corner. They had a good 50-over tournament. Tom Alsop was a very good signing from Hampshire. Here's a drive from Critchley, which sends it up to mid-off, and again there's no run, just waiting for this last run, Critchley, for his 450 of the season. 195 for 3. But a very good partnership, worth 91.
But then that's like those Essex sides of the 80s, and there's been a bit of that recently as well, but absolutely dominated.
Yes, there's 1 or 2 things haven't quite fallen into place for Essex, as this is just steered back at the square on the offside. The original plan this season was this guy Will Sutherland, who played for Victoria. Yeah, batted at 6 and bowled side out with trying to remember who it was now, the Australian who sort of like was a reserve seamer who every time he did was big fans' favourite. Trying to remember his name, which will come to me in a moment. Australian seamer who's a big fans' favourite. Every time he turned up, the crowd were cheering him, and the name will come to me in a moment. No, more recent than that. As that's driven up towards mid-on, and there's no. I'm going to have to look it up now. It's annoying, but yeah, the guy, very current bowler who for Australia, who isn't always a first pick, but when he is always a crowd's favourite when he plays.
And I've forgotten his
name. I forgot his name as well. Will come to us. But anyway, the template for this season, Mark, was Sutherland would probably bat at 6, allowing the keeper Rossington to bat at 7. And therefore you could play Harmer and 3 other seamers. That's fallen down, so obviously Bracewell is not as good as batsman as Sutherland. Sutherland's sort of like emerging as a batsman, he's just on the upward curve, so it's not quite what they wanted this season.
Abbott is coming in, and this one's left alone outside his off stump. by Tom Wesley.
So they've basically decided that they want to play four-seamers home and away. I can understand certainly away from home. Here, it sort of depends on the pitches a little bit, because if you're rolling sides out for 180, you don't particularly need four-seamers with Harmer bowling some of the overs at the other end. But obviously that then puts pressure on the top six batsmen to deliver, and so far Rossington, although he's now injured, has had a lean start. But the others have largely been going quite well. Cook getting some runs today anyway as well.
Abbott's in. And Wesley's letting this one go outside his off stump. I saw a bit of Sutherland in the big bash. And he bowls fairly quick and gives it a whack. So
yeah. They identified him as, although his batting average is only around about 20, he just got 100, I think, and it's obviously, I think batting at 6 and looking like he was an emerging player.
It's not Nisa we're thinking of, is it?
No, I'll come up with the name in a minute.
Waiting once again is the right-handed Wesley. Scott Boland?
Scott Boland. Yeah, there you
go.
There you are. It's on the tip of both of our tongues, but
Scott
I think
Boland.
Scott was also in the Victoria side, and I think they got all the way to the final of the Sheffield Shield and lost to Western Australia.
Yeah, he's a handy cricketer, Sutherland. He really is.
Yeah. So it looked a really good signing, a lot of enthusiasm, and then of course he got injured, or I think an injury was discovered, I think, in one of the two. Rather spoilt it all.
2 slips in there for Abbott as he's coming into Wesley, and Wesley's in behind this one. Plays it away back into the offside. Round goes Abbott, do the fielding off his own bowling, and then lobs the ball straight over Cameron Steele's head. It rolls up to Rory Burns at mid-off.
So they'd identified the issue with just playing 3-seamers away from home on flat pitches the previous year, which hadn't particularly worked, by recruiting Sutherland, who can bat at 6, allowing them to play Harmer and 3-seamers, and all in place until the Sutherland injury.
Yeah, that's the way, isn't it? As Abbott is in, and Wesley's getting a thick inside edge on this one. That runs down towards long leg. He'll get a single as Jamie Smith comes up to do the field. Yeah, Scott Boland had a great Ashes series against England, I seem to remember last time. Ashes series, picked up lots of wickets.
Yeah, I'm sure he's in the Australian squad, and look forward to seeing him. This is going to be on all the tests in June and July. Let's hope we get a decent weather in that time period.
Yep.
Has the Oval got the last one?
Yes, it has. Yes, in July.
Yes, it's just going to be odd.
Over the wicket comes Abbott, and forward goes Critchley. This is nicely played to bring up his 50. He's just lent on that, and that has whistled through cover point, and that's a very nice 50 from Critchley, and that's his 4th one of the summer, and it brings up the 200 for Essex. So this is turning into a very good session now for Essex. 200 for 3 they are. At lunch they were 100 for 2. So this session with, what have we got, 3 till tea, Essex are 100 for 1.
Yes, it has been a good session, and Essex will be really pleased with their day so far. Good toss to win, and 5 4s and 2 6s.
Very good innings this from Critchley. He'll want to take it on though, won't he? 450 of the summer. 102 minutes he's been out there as well.
So here's Clark bowls, and Wesley just playing that from the crease up into the offside. I was having a look and thinking about how long we had till tea, and we've actually got 3 overs including this one, so we're not that far behind.
No, we're about on time, which is unlike everybody this
3:37.
Well, last week at Warwickshire we had one extraordinary day where we had lunch at 1:45, starting at midday, and then we had one day where tea will be when 35 overs are remaining. Yes.
As Clark bowls, and it's driven up towards cover, and there's no run for Wesley, but these two still going in this partnership, worth 96 so far. Very important one for Essex, who will just be looking, I think, to obviously get as many runs as they can in this first innings, having won the toss, to really give the bowlers a chance to put Surrey under pressure. But of course Surrey have got a lot to offer in return. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens if Essex do get a good score. Clark bowls, and Wesley just props forward and plays up into the covers again, and there is no run. So coming up towards the tea interval around the country. And you're listening to BBC Essex and BBC Radio London online and via the BBC Sport app. Nick Leadhill and Mark Church and Don Topley on the opening day of this round of championship matches. We're here at Chelmsford for Essex and Surrey. An intriguing day so far as Clark bowls, and that one just tucks up Wesley, nips back into him, and there is no run. Hampshire 188 for 8 against Warwickshire. Vince's 52 not out. Good day for Wokes, 3 for 45, and Chris Rushworth, what a good signing with 600 plus first class wickets he's proved. So they're not missing Norwell too much at the moment, 3 for 38, and interesting to see how they get on against the strong Hampshire bowling attack a little bit later on, as that one just squeezed down by Wesley into the offside, and there's no run. Keith Parker still out of the Hampshire side. So they've got Abbott and Abbas and then Fuller and Holland to back them up, but not quite as intimidating as when Barker's there as well. That's a very formidable lineup. And Warwick should have some pretty informed batsmen, so they're quite a good strong position there, I think.
Good side, Hampshire. Keith Barker took an absolute pepper against Surrey. Just bowled the short ball at him the whole time.
Here's a delivery which sees Wesley coming forward and playing up into the onside. The end of Clark's over. We've got 2 to tea, and it's 200 for 3. Stand of 96, 53 to Critchley, and 53 to Wesley.
Yes, and just
Don's going to go and get his tea.
he's going to get cupping tea.
Oh
and
yes,
coffee.
he's going to invite us to a cup of tea.
Yes, very kind. And
I don't know whether he's going to nip into a well-known establishment in town or just go next door to the press
I think
box.
he might go next door
Yes.
if he's got any sense. Mainly because they've got the capsule thing in there now.
Yes,
yeah,
now the question is how that's worked. That's the main thing.
Well, I didn't know at all, but it looks impressive. So it's going to be Sean Abbott. Just one slip in there now, and Sibley's dropping out to square leg. Abbott getting ready to come in over the wicket to Critchley, and Critchley driving back down the pitch. Abbott does the fielding off his own bowling, and there is no run, and it means umpire Burns is going to go across to cover point because he doesn't want to get blinded by the backside of Sibley, stood there at square leg.
Nice bit of news, although it was fairly inevitable that Australia were going to win the Women's T20 World Cup. Report today that it got very good viewing figures, up 26% in the UK from the last one. Excellent. So that's good news.
Over the wicket again comes Abbott to Critchley, and Critchley's forward, playing this one up the ground. Fielding done by Rory Burns, moving around to his right-hand side. And
I see that Mark Nicholas is going to be the next president of the MCC, taking over from Stephen Fry, of course, former presenter of both Sky Sports and Channel 4, and I guess the Channel 5 highlights as well. Channel 5 never had live games, but did do highlights. I think they still do.
Over the wicket once again goes Abbott. Short ball, Critchley's pulling. Oh, now James Smith down at long leg hasn't even picked that up. It was nowhere near him, but he couldn't pick it up at all. He rolled the wrist, and it's whistled off to the boundary rope for 4. And that is the 100 partnership between these two as well. After that wicket of Dan Lawrence, an excellent partnership between Wesley and Critchley. And Essex in a good position here at 204 for 3.
I'm not sure if Channel 5 still do any highlights, but of course the BBC have the highlights to the England home season.
And again goes Abbott, and that's just hitting the pads of Critchley as he's going across his stumps a touch. It's more of a polite inquiry, really, than an appeal, that from Sean Abbott. Yeah, so well done to Mark Nicholas, taking over from Sir Stephen, well, I've just knighted it, but Stephen Fry.
Actually, Nicholas has been a member of the MCC since 1981, which I think was, he did pretty well to get membership that early. I think that's virtually pre his Hampshire career, or probably right at the start of it. I tend to associate him with the sort of mid-80s and 90s for Hampshire.
He probably knew some people.
Oh, might have known him. Yeah.
In over the wicket comes Abbott, and this is driven by Critchley out into the covers. And there is no run once again, just lent on that.
And we mentioned that Keaton Jennings is not playing for Lancashire today. They've rather missed him as well. He had to retire on 189 against Somerset in the last match, and yeah, so he's got a hamstring problem. So Dane Villas is leading in his place. 22 tests for Keaton Jennings. He's looked very good. We've both seen him this season. He's looked very good.
Very, very good. As Abbott is in and Critchley's forward, playing this one straight back up the pitch. There is no run. End of the over. And we have 1 over until the tea break. And 204 for 3 Essex. And an excellent partnership of exactly 100 between Critchley, who is on 57, and the captain Tom Wesley, who's on 53.
Yep, and it's been very good stuff from these two. Just showing, forget about chasing batting points. This is very much the Chris Silverwood mantra with Essex. It's all about trying to get yourself a platform in the first innings. You can start to score more freely if you get on top of an attack, but you've got to lay the platform first. And that was very much the way that Chris Silverwood approached it, and I think rightly so. As Clark bowls, and Wesley just checks his stroke here in thinking of a defensive shot back down the pitch, but in the end just playing it square into the offside, and there's no run. And 2 for Tom Bainley now. He's got Ben Slater as well as Ben Duckett. So 17 for 2 knots. That game racing along in reply to Lancashire's 214. So
is that
very interesting.
Is it that one? Trembridge?
Trembridge,
Yes.
yeah. Which, if there's a bit of green around there and the overheads are right, that is certainly going to favour the seamers, isn't it? 204 for 3. Last over before tea, and Wesley just comes half forward and steers into the offside, and there's no run. 204 for 3 in the 64th over. Wesley 53 from 143, and Critchley 57 from 91, his 4th 50 of the season. Model of consistency. Worcestershire 264 all out against Sussex, so might have Steve Smith batting today. That represented something of a recovery. Ollie Robinson 7 for 59. Wickets at the start and the end, and that one swinging away outside the off stump and gathered in nicely by folks in front of first slip. Yet he got 4 at the start and 3 at the end. Ollie Robinson.
The problem with that though, see, Steve Smith's been able to stand at slip and see
Yes.
a lot of Ollie Robinson, and he'll obviously by divulging all of that to the Australian
Yes,
coaches,
yes.
and then now sure that'll get mentioned by someone somewhere.
204 for 3 as Clark bowls again, and here Wesley just covering up and playing defensively up towards mid-off, and there is no run. Just as a final little thing, just to wrap up the afternoon, so Brown out this morning for 16, Cook just before lunch for 51 from 78 balls. I think he might be the quickest scorer of the day. He is actually, Alistair Cook, yep. And Lawrence just after lunch for 2. Here's Clark again with 2 balls to go before the interval. Bowls to Wesley, and Wesley again just watchfully waiting for that. Takes a while to arrive, and in the end he just prods it away into the offside, and there's no run. Roach none for 27 from 15 overs, economy rate of less than 2. Abbott 1 for 63 off 17. I think that's a bit unlucky. Clark none for 28 from 15 overs and 4 balls, 15 overs and 5 balls now, has kept a tight line. Atkinson with the 2 wickets, 2 for 43 and 13, and Cameron still 3 relatively expensive overs for 23, as here Wesley just looks to work the ball away into the onside and doesn't get it past mid-wicket. The end of the over and the session, the 100 partnership unbeaten between these two. 57 Critchley, 53 Wesley. Essex 204 for 3, Mark.
Yeah, very good from Wesley and Critchley. I sort of said half an hour ago, if those two can still be there at tea, I'll be very happy with that session. And Critchley's played nicely for his 57. They've had their moments. Surrey bowl well, but both the captain and Critchley have played extremely well. So they'll be happy with that, I think, at tea time.
Very much so.
Essex.
Yep, very much so. Thanks very much, Mark. We'll be back on BBC Essex and BBC Radio London and via the BBC Sport app for the final session. We'll be with you shortly after 4 o'clock. Join us for that.
He's on 53, but he scored 37 in that post-lunch session. Surrey bowled well, all as a 4-man pronged attack, and indeed Cameron still got a little bit of turn. He beat the bat one time, did the leg spinner. It's going to be an intriguing session, lot hanging on it. Surrey don't want Essex to run away with it, which is, they've certainly put a leash on Essex. They haven't allowed Essex to run away really with any runs. They've bowled quite nicely, fielded quite well. Perhaps they've dropped Alistair Cook, which didn't really cost them too much. Cost him 40 runs really, as Cook was dropped on 13 and perished for 51. But the umpires are out there putting the bails on. The 11 men of Surrey in their brown hats are out there. Essex, the 2 batsmen, not out in there. And can I give a warm welcome back to Mark Church?
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the coffee as well. Very nice and interesting session that. I think when Dan Lawrence went, Surrey would have thought, oh, this is good. But then Critchley and Wesley have got their heads down. And Will Jacks is going to get us started, which is good to see after tea. So last time we saw Will Jacks, he didn't have 6 for 161 in a test match. He does now. And he's going to have his first bowl of the summer, of course, from this River End.
Much bowling so far. The rumour has it.
Yeah, I don't think he has, but I think, he's fit to play. So I think if he can get a few overs in, So this will be interesting. This will be the end Harmer bowls from as well, I would have thought.
Yes.
So it'll be interesting to see what Will Jacks gets from the River End.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to have a little look, see what happens. In he comes, Will Jacks, right arm over the wicket, bit short, first ball, down the leg side. Folks takes it and just throws it at the stumps and looks at square leg and appeals. But alas, it's not out.
Yes, I don't think Mr. Critchley had gone anywhere there, but Ben Folks sharp as always.
That was his loosener. Jacks in, right arm over the wicket. A little bit slower than Steele, really. And it's a finger spinner as opposed to a wrist spinner, so he may not extract as much turn, but this is played into the leg side, no run. Slip and a leg slip. Jacks is in. This time played off the back foot into the short mid wicket where there is no run.
Well, he's tall. That's the other thing that he gets. He'll get some bounce here, Will Jacks.
Gives it a bit of loop this time where it's driven back to the bowler who parries it to his run up. There is no run. I was due to spend a bit of time with Will Jacks in Bangalore.
Bowling with him? Batting against him?
Socialising.
Very nice.
This time it's a decent ball just outside off stump where it's smothered by Critchley. There is no run.
He's a lovely lad, is Will Jacks. Yep. Very pleased for him with his success that he's had over the last 12 months.
A good mate of young Topley as he bowls. This time quite full. Driven back to the bowler on his follow through. 1 ball. No, that's it for the over. Apart from the very first ball, the next 5 were on a length and decent deliveries. So well bowled Will Jacks.
Yeah, tidy you'd say that first over was.
His season has started.
It has indeed. He's underway, which is good to see. He had an exceptional summer last summer, of course, Will Jacks. And
brilliant cricketer.
He is a brilliant cricketer. He's a very good all-round cricketer. Brilliant in the field. I think the off-spin, the work in progress, and that progress has been made a bit quicker than a few people thought. And with the bat, we all know what he can do with the bat. Last season, with the bat, 648 championship runs. High score at 54. Good. As Jordan Clark for the Hayes close end gets us started after tea, and Wesley whips this one into the leg side, and there's no run. And then
that's pretty impressive stats, that.
Yeah, with the ball, 17 championship wickets, and just bowled 264 overs of good tidy off spin.
But he's learning that role
on the job.
Yeah,
and he's a talented boy, so he learns pretty quickly.
Clever boy.
And also terrific fielder wherever you stick him. As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and this was whipped leg side by Wesley. And I am 150% convinced he will be in the World Cup squad.
Yeah.
Mainly because it's in the subcontinent as well, and I think they'll want him to bowl them a few overs and come in and smash a few runs as well. So good to see him back out there. Sibley in there at first slip, Pope at second. Just the 2 slips for Jordan Clark, who's been very tidy with the ball today, into his 17th over, none for 28 so far, as this one's left alone by Wesley. And this is why I always say with Jordan Clark, you give you a blank piece of paper, your captain goes in there obviously, and then the first name I would always put on my Surrey team sheet is Jordan Clark.
Very effective cricketer.
Not half. There's, you know,
Doesn't always shoot and shout from the rooftops. Dependable.
Yep. And his stats always add up. As over the wicket he comes once again to Wesley, and Wesley's in behind it and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
As dependable as a piece of Cumbrian rock. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's very fair. He's the sort of man you want walking out for you, isn't he? He's all action.
Heavy ball bowler.
Yeah, but can do this role as well for his captain. That is just bang away at that length. Ball after ball after ball. As in over the wicket he comes again. And Wesley's driving this time. That's a handsome shot from Wesley. That's a lovely shot. Everyone after the tea break. 4 off it. Wesley and Critchley get together for a bit of a natter about everything. 104 they've now put on for this, the 4th wicket. Very good partnership. And it will be Will Jacks to continue from the river end. Yeah, I think as well for a sort of a Surrey dressing room, he's a good fella to have about. That sort of no-nonsense Cumbrian attitude to everything. And he has fitted in at Surrey quite brilliantly since that move from Lancashire.
As a sort of an appeal to me, he's just loves hard work. Something that is very much a northern trait. Doesn't mind hard work at all. If it means a lot of overs, he'll be there. Will Jacks is there, right arm over the wicket, short, just plays it on the length, played it back to the bowler off the back foot. That was Critchley, looking, he's quite an attractive or aggressive cricketer really, Matt Critchley, but played very well at Lords and Canterbury with 3 successive half centuries. This time comes forward, rocks forward, plays with the full face of the bat back to the bowler, no run.
Yep, he's played very nicely here. As Critchley always feel that he wants to feel back on ball.
Yeah, it does. This time a little bit shorter, wider, which is slaps through the offside, sensible shot off the back foot. It's pulled up just before the boundary, and they turn and call themselves through for 3 runs. 3 runs to Critchley. He goes to 60, and the score 211 for 3.
Yeah, nicely pushed away for 3. It's good running as well between Critchley and Wesley. Good chase from Dom Sibley. Slid and picked up, but came back on the throw.
Leg slip has come out. He's being moved, I think, into short mid wicket, and there's probably going to be, they're going to get rid of the lid, I think, as well. So Pope is at short mid wicket, and there is going to be, no, he's a mid on. He's staying at mid on. 12th man's come to retrieve the helmet. So no leg slip. We've got a ring on the offside. No boundary galloper on the offside, which would be against the spin. With the spin, there's a deep mid wicket, deep square leg, and hang on a second, I think actually somebody else has called for the shin pads. So we might see a forward short leg as opposed to a leg slip. This gentleman coming on, who would that be?
That's Jamie Smith who's doing that role.
Well, he's putting a lid on now, and he does look to have very sizable calves. So I think he's got the pads on.
Definitely. Ollie Pope didn't have any of that stuff on.
No, he was at leg slip. Smith is going in forward short leg, I believe.
He's just getting all his bits and pieces in order.
Yeah, he's about a strip away, so he's not right under the batsman's eye line. Jacks is in. This is tickled round the corner. It's gone square. It's missed Smith forward short leg. They look for one. They're only going to get one as the deep square leg does the fielding close to the boundary's edge in front of the pavilion. Here, square on at Chelmsford.
He's still putting all his bits on. is Jamie Smith.
Well, the most important bit is his box.
Well, I think that was the bit he was trying to put on.
Jacks is in. Gives it a little bit of air, driven out to short mid-wicket, who has to run straighter. Pope picks it up, stops the single. Good cricket from Pope. I like Ollie Pope. Jacks is in. Bowls. This time's a little short, a bit quicker. Played on the back foot by Critchley, out into the offside end of the over. Critchley 60. Wesley 2 runs behind, and the score 212 for 3.
Yep. And again, tidy over that from
Yep.
Will Jacks. Jordan Clark strips off his long sleeve sweater. Sibley's got his legs moving after that long chase. But I think Wesley and Critchley just say to themselves, just keep doing what we're doing at the moment. You know, they could put the opposition under as much pressure as you can. Highest score that Surrey have conceded so far this season is 291. As over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, slower ball this time, and Wesley's waited for this and then just poked it out into the offside. Up comes Jamie Smith to do the fielding. I always think it's difficult now for Smith in that backward point position because he's got all the pads on, and they're basically wicket keeping pads, but if he has to sprint after, it's never straightforward in the old wicket keeping pads. But he's in there at backward point at the moment with them on. Jordan Clark is in again to Wesley. Turns Wesley round, outside edge. That's going to race away down to the third man boundary rope for 4. But he turned him round completely and genuinely found his edge there. But just the 2 slips in there, and Jordan Clark ended up with his head in his hands there, as if the whole world was against him. But it's very nicely bowled by Jordan Clark, that. But Wesley, soft enough hands, and that flew off down to the third man boundary rope for 4 runs, and that'll move Wesley on to 62, 216 for 3. Jordan Clark is into him. Wesley's looking to drive thick inside edge onto his front pad. He really is working hard here, Jordan Clark, to try and make something happen at the moment.
I don't want to preempt anything by suggesting this. There's been a lot of inside edges onto pad, a lot of inside edges being driven through the offside and inside edge. This surface might become a bit dry in due course.
In he comes again, no ball this time from Jordan Clark as it's left alone by Wesley. Yes, and that's why you want to just bat the once if you can.
Both sides, I am sure,
Absolutely.
would have looked to have batted here today. We've seen 2 spinners from Surrey have a bowl from this river end. I'm sure Harmer will bowl. Looks to me as if it's a little drier at the top end there, at the far end. Maybe a little less grass there on a spinner's length.
And again, Jordan Clark driving again is Wesley. And there is no run as the fielding is done by the man in there at extra cover. And Jack's doing the fielding.
And the spinners will bowl differently if you've got a score against your team, for your team, i.e. if you've got 300 plus, and Essex will be trying to ensure that they get that first innings total up.
Clark goes wider of the crease this time. Half a shout for LBW. Just held its line, that one, on Wesley. Good over that again from Jordan Clark. The end of it, he's 18 overs, none for 38 today for Jordan Clark. Great effort from him.
Yeah,
Wesley
super over, Churchy.
Had a bit of everything that over, didn't it? Tried the slower ball, found the edge, turned Wesley around.
You mentioned his figures before Jack's bowls. See if I can give you the remaining. Roach 15 overs, 0 for 27. Abbott 17 overs, 1 for 63. Clark, as you mentioned. Atkinson, who bowled really nicely. There was just 1 over where he bowled a couple of bumpers to try and gamble getting a wicket, which cost him. But he's bowled 13 overs, 2 for 43. Still 3 overs for 23 this time. Jack's bowls, it's played into the offside. There is no run. So as a group, as a unit, they've bowled nicely together. Just thought really 1.5 catches that have been dropped as This time it's wide and
Oh!
beautifully by Rory Burns. It was wide, it was full. He's got at it, has Critchley, and Critchley has got a fine bottom edge of the bat, maybe just at the very bottom of the bat, which Burns has dived to his right, and it's stuck in the one hand. Fortuitous, but what a catch. That could be a defining moment of the day, because Essex have lost their fourth wicket on 218, and is that of Matt Critchley. Caught Burns, bowled Jacks for 60.
You naughty, naughty boy, Rory Burns. That is a quite brilliant catch at slip. It's a great bit of bowling because Jack just threw it up.
Burns, the captain, he really did dive, and just, it was sort of one of those instinct catches that just sticks. Tremendous.
Well, I think if you see it again on the replay, watch the reaction of Jamie Smith at short leg. He just can't quite believe that Burns has hung on to that. But it's a brilliant catch. It really is. Tremendous, tremendous grab from Rory Burns. What are you pointing at?
Who's at under the Tom Pearce stand?
That's Mr. Sean Abbott.
Oh, is
in
he?
his white floppy sun hat.
Right. He's being called up now from being on the boundary to saving one at mid-wicket. So we've got a slip forward short leg, which is a strip away as Jacks comes in. This time that's well bowled. It might have just hinted of turn there, as it's been left alone, and by Michael Pepper. It's just probably gone very close to the top of off. Pepper in again this time. Plays it square into the offside, which the keeper Folkes goes to collect and send back to the bowler.
Here's a good bit of news as well for the spinners fraternity. Amar Birdie 8 for against Middlesex for the Surrey Twos.
Down the wicket, this has gone into the Tom Pearce stand. He had a sighter first ball, and second ball he's dismissed it for 6 over long on.
Yeah, interesting that. Great shot. Surrey won't mind seeing that from Pepper at all, but it's a great strike.
It is.
Third ball, bang, for 6. Gives Will Jack something to think about. Lovely swing of the bat from Michael Pepper. That's a very confident looking shot from Michael Pepper. But as I say, the interesting thing is Surrey in a way won't mind seeing that from him. The brilliant thing about that catch from Rory Burns was he wouldn't have had a lot of time to see it as well, because the drive from Critchley, it was tossed up, so he was sort of driving at that on the crease line. Now that doesn't give you any time at slip to see really what's going on, and he anticipated the shot and flung himself to his right. And as I say, if you get to see that catch again, look at the reaction of Jamie Smith. Look at the reaction of Jamie Smith. If you're watching on the live stream, he cannot quite believe that Rory Burns has pulled that out of the bag. But as I say, if you watch it again, he's driving. He's got no time to see that, and he's literally in his fingertips hung on to that.
He's almost taken it
Behind him. Yeah.
Jacks in again, this time well respected, a little bit quicker, played out into the offside by Pepper. End of the over. Interesting and a very eventful over in many respects. Will Jacks bowled nicely. 224 for 4. Wesley, the captain, still there on 62 not out.
Yeah, it is a brilliant, brilliant catch. And on the excellent Essex live stream, seeing it again, just watch the reaction of Jamie Smith at short leg on the stream. Just watch the reaction of Jamie Smith. He just cannot believe that Rory Burns has come up with that. I don't think Critchley can either. It's a brilliant catch. It really is from Rory Burns. So it's going to be Jordan Clark down there at the Hayes close end, getting ready to come in over the wicket to Tom Wesley. And Wesley's in behind a short ball. Plays this one down into the turf, and it rolls away into the offside. And there is no run. But I think it's just the fact he would have seen it so late. And it was sort of behind him. That's his right hand as well. So, brilliant from the Surrey captain that. Over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and Wesley across his stumps just pushes this one off around about that off stump line down into the leg side. That goes up towards mid on, and there is no run. Sun is sort of peeking through the clouds above us at the moment, and there are some sort of grey clouds and then some white fluffy clouds, and the sun is sort of peeking through those white fluffy clouds at the moment. Jordan Clark is in again to Wesley. Wesley once more just playing this from off stump, walks into the defensive shot, plays it back out into the leg side.
I see Mr. Batty. I think it's Mr. Batty, or is that? Can you see that down at deep square leg? Is he chatting through tactics?
Yeah, he's probably chatting with Will Jacks, I would have thought, the off spinners fraternity. As Jordan Clark bowls Wesley, and 224 for 5 Essex.
Yes, that's not what the tee ordered really. They needed to continue fighting hard. Possibly, I'm a bit disappointed with Critchley's dismissal, because I think that was a half volley-ish, quite wide, and he just didn't connect it and execute it well enough, and got a very low edge on it, and it was well taken, great catch. But Wesley's, we've seen a number of batsmen get an inside edge or cannon off bat and pad. I do think this is quite a dry surface, and therefore you're not always in, but Essex need to get a decent first innings. And without stating the obvious, they're under just a little bit of pressure here. 224 for 5, not forgetting they were 104 for 2. They were 95 for 1, and they're now 224 for 5. And can I state the obvious? Surrey are fighting hard, and there's a new ball due in 11 overs, and that could have a contributing fact as well in Essex's innings. They're going to need to get stuck in, and it brings Simon Harmer batting at 7 for Essex.
Yep, and the right-handed Harmer bends his knees, waits for his first ball from Jordan Clark. Oh, he's a bit late on that. He's got bat on it, but it was a little bit late on that. Was Simon Harmer, but he deserves that wicket, Jordan Clark. He has plugged away on that length, ball after ball after ball, and Wesley inside edge straight back onto his off stump. And how often does this happen? One of them goes, and then the other one in a partnership follows pretty quickly afterwards. So Surrey have 2 fresh ends to bowl at, so to speak, as in over the wicket goes Jordan Clark again, and Harmer's covering up, getting himself forward, pushes this one out into the offside. Good over from Jordan Clark, gets the wicket of Tom Wesley, who played very nicely for his 62, and Essex are 224 for 5.
Well, they went to tea on 204 for 3, and 20 runs later, they've lost a couple of wickets, and they need to keep fighting here. Jacks will continue from the river end. Yeah. Pepper's going to face. They've put a man back now for Pepper. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep long on. We know third ball of his innings, he took Jacks on and hit him into the Tom Pearce stand. I'm not sure he'll do it again. He's being offered 1 run straight down the wicket, really. This time he plays a forward defensive and doesn't push through, just allows the ball to hit the bat and go into the offside, no run.
That's what I'm saying. Surrey wouldn't mind him trying it again.
Not with a man back now.
Absolutely.
Surely not. Jack's in. It's a reverse sweep, and yes, he's been given, and I think it's been caught off the glove by Folkes behind the stumps. He's gone for the reverse sweep, and he hasn't got all of it. He really did attack the ball. He went for it, not with a control chopper. It was really quite strong, and I think he's just got a feather and a glove onto the ball, ball.
As he makes his way back up the steps away to our right, but Jacks has 2 now, and all of a sudden it's 224 for 6, and Essex are in grave danger here of undoing all their hard work. Surrey have just stuck in there, and now they have them 7 down, and Bracewell 6 down. Apologies, Bracewell coming in at number 8.
Do I sound disappointed? I am. Jacks who hasn't done a lot of bowling. It's not turning square. We're not playing on a raging burner. And I feel Essex have given 2 wickets away to the spinner here. He's bowled nicely, but I'm trying to understand the thinking behind the strokes and the execution. Jacks in, bowls, and this is played on the offside by, I'm thinking about that and I've forgotten.
Bracewell.
We've got Bracewell.
Bracewell's out there now.
Doug Bracewell, the New Zealander. Second ball he faces this time. Oh, it's just gripped a little bit, and he's played it. And folks is looking for something, a little edge or a.
All I would say is Will Jacks is a Test match spinner now.
With a 6-fer. This time he goes for an appeal, but not really too many join in with him. It was a half-hearted appeal by the bowler.
But again here for Surrey, this is just their hard work's paying off now.
In he comes again, a bit more air, hit driven square on the front foot. It's going to run away for 4. That was a bit like the ball received by Critchley, quite wide, quite full, but this time a sensible forward shot played square of the wicket has gained him 4 runs.
Yeah, and again, I just think here Essex worked so hard with Critchley and Wesley, and they're in danger of that hard work being undone. Don Topley is taking a break. I've got to leave a bit early today, so these 2 fine gentlemen, Mr. Gledhill and Mr. Topley, are going to allow me to go a bit earlier today. So I'm going to do my bit till around about 5 o'clock. Nick Gledhill's coming in to replace D. Topley, and Jordan Clark's coming in to bowl to Simon Harmer, and that's down the leg side. Harmer gets absolutely nothing on this, looking to flick it down towards fine leg. Of course, Surrey picked up another bowling point now. All started with that moment of inspiration from Rory Burns with his catch, and that was a quite wonderful catch from Rory Burns, and then Jordan Clark bowling Tom Wesley, and then that was a good bit of work from Folkes as well. It was a brilliant catch on the reverse sweep off the glove as Jordan Clark is into Harmer. Oh, Yorker. Harmer digs it out. Jordan Clark lost his footing, and that ball potters into the leg side. Good afternoon, Harmer. Oh, they might still get there. Harmer can bat as this one's pushed straight back up the pitch.
Critchley, yeah, disappointing because he's playing so well. He was in. I'm very disappointed by Pepper. I think he will be as well. I mean, that's a shot that you play perhaps in that Canterbury innings when there's already about 400 on the board and it didn't really matter. Just very disappointed that he played that shot. I think all fans of him will be feeling the same.
In again comes Jordan Clark. That's on a goodish length. It's clipped by Harmer up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
There's a time and place for the reverse sweep, and that wasn't it.
Well,
I don't think.
You remember all the reaction to Mike Gattings in the World Cup final?
Yes.
Oh dear.
I just felt that he hadn't really got in against Jacks, and it was a little bit too early to play that. Another 100 runs or so, and he'd been all right.
Jordan Clark in once again to Harmer. Oh, that's off the stumps. That's on a roundabout middle of the leg, and Harmer gets back down on the last possible moment on that.
See, I saw back in 2021 he got 92 against a really tough Durham attack at Chester Street in his 4th first-class game. Rushworth et al. Michael Potts. I mean, pretty strong attack, and showed what he could do when he got his head down. And he didn't really do that in this innings. 6 and out, really, wasn't it?
Then again, Jordan Clark. Oh, that's nipping back at Harmer, and that hits him at midships. rolls away into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over, 228 for 6. Jack's 2 for 14 off his 4 now. Jordan Clark's outstanding though, 20 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 38.
Absolutely. Matthew Pott's a bit of a forgotten man, of course. At the moment, he sort of is not quite in the frame as he was. Not sure if he's had injury problems, but I suppose Ollie Robinson's overtaken him amongst others. And Ollie Robinson with 7 wickets today, the headline act in the rest of the championship game. 7 for 39 for Sussex against Worcestershire. So Jack's doing okay. Bowls now, and that's just played from the crease up into the onside by Bracewell. He's
Steve Smith bowled 14 overs a leg spin yet.
Oh, I don't know. I'll see if he was brought on or not. I don't think so. That just turns nicely back into the right-hander, and no shot offered.
Yes, well, I'm pretty sure I'd know the answer if Pajara had said to him, would you like to have a bowl?
Here's Jacks again. Bowls, just played defensively, head over the ball, up into the onside, and there is no run. So the sun is just a little bit of an improvement in the weather in this final section. The cloud cover has broken a little bit. There's still quite a lot of high cloud. There's the sun making fleeting appearances. As again, that just turns gently into the right-handed Bracewell. Just plays it up into the offside, and there's no run. Bracewell doesn't quite fit the bill in terms of being the batting all-rounder that Essex really wanted, but he has got some pedigree with the bat. Hasn't quite shown it yet for Essex, but here he comes down the pitch and pushes that one away. He's almost beaten by return there. It could have been a possible stumping chance had he missed that. He rolls up towards cover, and there's 1 run. 229 for 6 is the score, but he's got a chance to make a significant contribution today.
Yeah, and Harmer would have been watching this very interestly from the, I can't say that word, from the other end.
With interest, yeah.
That's the one.
There we go. Played defensively. Actually, it's into a gap at mid-on, and that allows Harmer a single. That's a good little acquisition for Simon Harmer, who hasn't quite lived up to the billing of getting number 7 this season, but he's more than capable of it, as he's shown in his previous stints with the bat with Essex. And if he can actually hit a bit of batting form, it would just make things easier from an Essex perspective, knowing that they can rely on him to maybe make the occasional 50 at number 7. 230 for 6, Harmer 1 and Bracewell 5, and 2 for 16 for Jacks in 5 overs.
Yeah, and we're getting a change in bowling now. Jordan Clark, after another terrific spell, is coming out the attack, and Gus Atkinson, who got the 2 wickets to fall this morning. Nick Brown caught by Steele at third, slip off Atkinson for 16, and then Alistair Cook caught behind brilliantly by Ben Folkes off the inside edge for 51. Those are the 2 to fall before lunch. 1 after lunch was Dan Lawrence caught behind off Abbott for 2. As Gus Atkinson from the Hayes close end is into Simon Harmer. Turns this one into the leg side. We then had a partnership that was worth 114 until Critchley, well, stupendous catch really from Rory Burns at slip off Jacks for 60. Then Wesley bowled by Clark off the inside edge for 62. And Pepper caught behind looking to reverse sweep Will Jacks for 6. And all of a sudden 218 for 3 was 224 for 6, and it's now 230 for 6 as Gus Atkinson is into Harmer, who's cracking this off the back foot for 4. That's why he can bat at 7. That's a gorgeous shot from Simon Harmer. Just stood up and punched it off the back foot through the covers. That's whistled away for 4 runs, and Harmer will move on to 5, and Essex move on to 234 for 6.
Harmer averaging 15, Bracewell 17. Critchley's average is now 56.4 and Wesley 52 after their innings.
Harmer waits again for Gus Atkinson. He's into him, and Harmer covering up, playing this one away into the offside.
And BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us during the final session. And David Phipps has sent an erudite 1-sentence email, in fact 2 sentences, but he says, one thing about my beloved Essex at the moment, having reached a good position, you can always rely on them to disconnect brain in inverted commas, and there's a little bit of that, I guess, in some of the shot selection and the dismissals after tea.
2 slips in there for Gus Atkinson. Over the wicket he comes to Harmer. Harmer's pushing away into the offside, and again there is no run. I think at times as well we were a little. We sort of look at the shots and think, oh, that wasn't a great shot or whatever. But it's also that a side sort of seizing their opportunity with the ball, isn't it? And Critchley and Wesley had never got away from Surrey. Kept saying that they hadn't got away from them. And even though it's taken one stupendous catch and one very, very good one from Folkes, as forward goes Harmer.
Turned out to be a good decision to throw the ball to Will Jack straight after the tee interval. Sometimes these things work out, don't they?
Absolutely. And as I say, he is a test match bowler now.
Yep.
Will Jacks. And at times you sort of have to treat him as a test match bowler.
Yeah, I can see him being certainly someone who can play maybe quite a lot away from home in the subcontinent for England in Test cricket.
No, I think that World Cup really comes into play for him, doesn't it? As Atkinson's in once more over the wicket, and Harmer's letting this one go. Outside is off stump, end of the over, 234 for 6 then. Essex, 5 of those to Bracewell, and 5 of those to Harmer.
We've got a reminder of a very famous occasion, and this little fall of wickets is, I'm going to have a look at the Essex score when they, in the 14 all out in 83, and how many they got before the Surrey innings started. Now, of course, we have to get perfect swing bowling conditions, I guess, for that to happen again. But Nick Fearon-Low has said that, just a gentle reminder for all Surrey fans, that the 40th anniversary of Essex bowling Surrey out for 14 is nearly upon us. And I was there that day at Callow Youth to see Norbert Phillip and Neil Foster skittle out Surrey. And this is Jack's bowling, and it's steered away down towards short third man. There's no run. I wonder if there was a feature planned to mark the anniversary of the lowest post-war first-class score in county cricket. Well, we can have a look at the scorecard, certainly, Nick, but I do remember Essex made this sort of total before the Surrey innings got underway, as Jack's bowls, and that's just played down towards short third man. I think the apocryphal story, it may or may not be true, is that a famous test match commentator who may or may not, test match special commentator who may or may not have been Henry Blofeld, was here for the newspaper, and as Jack's bowls again, this is a lofted drive and a good connection as well. That's nicely struck and away over extra cover, and it's gone all the way for 6. Got to the pitch of that. That's more like it from Bracewell, what Essex want to see from him. It's a good calculated shot, that. Got to the pitch of it and headed away. Bowls, and that's played off the inside edge, and it goes away for a single out towards deep mid wicket. There was a danger of a sub-editor not knowing anything about cricket, just saying, and at the close, Surrey were 14 all out.
Well, the thing is, Henry must have got a real shock when he did come out of whatever production he was gone to see what had actually happened.
He might have to rewrite his piece retrospectively. 241 for 6. Little bit of a partnership taking shape here, as Harmer comes forward and plays head over the ball up into the offside after a pretty disastrous start to the post-tee session for Essex. 241 for 6, Harmer 5, Bracewell 12, Jacks 2 for 23 in 6, and Atkinson 2 for 47 in 14.
Reminds me of that infamous bowl out that Surrey had against Warwickshire in the T20. God dear, where it all got very confusing. Surrey had already thought they'd won, then the umpires realised they hadn't, so they had to go and tell Surrey, who were already a couple of beers down, that they had to go through a bowl out. But I won't mention the names, but 2 of our colleagues who were there for our sister station, as they say, we rung up and said, "Where are you?" Well, we're nearly home. Turn around, go back. There's a bowl out. So that was what that was all about. As Gus Atkinson over the wicket he comes. The Bracewell bowls him off the inside edge. Nice bit of bowling from Gus Atkinson. Just a bit of bounce, and Bracewell's pushed forward with that bat at a slight angle. It's come flying off his inside edge, and Bracewell's bowled for 12. And there is still a new ball available. That's the other thing. And all of a sudden Essex are 241 for 7.
Well, if we are going to get only 3 days of playing time in this game, if the forecast is anything like right, then certainly it is moving along. And That is a deserved third wicket for Atkinson, who's bowled very well indeed today. Obviously a little bit of luck to get the inside edge going in your favour, but it was still a good piece of bowling. And Lala got Bracewell tucked up and in all sorts of bother there, didn't he, in terms of his placement at the crease. But yep, so it's been a very good session for Surrey, and inspired by the double strike from Will Jacks. Got support now from the seamers, and 241 for 7. Just a feeling that Essex, with the first use of this pitch, are perhaps not making as good use of it as they would like.
That's 37 for 4 since tea.
Yeah,
for Essex.
Well, we've had collapses at virtually all the other Division 1 games today. Lancashire collapsed, Hampshire collapsed, and now it's Essex's turn.
Well, Shane Snater is out there in the middle. I mean, a bit of a natter with Simon Harmer. Yeah, well, Essex in great danger here of all their hard work sort of disappearing.
The Essex total in the 1983 game was 287, which Keith Fletcher made 110. And then the Surrey 14 all out with Phillips 6 for 4 and Foster 4 for 10. And the recovery from 8 for 8 of sorts. But yes, I think Robin... Yeah.
What was the Lancashire game though? Weren't Essex all out for 20?
Yes, that was against Lancashire.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the Lancashire
yes,
game.
It has happened. Yeah, we've
that
been
wasn't
on the receiving end as well. Yeah.
As Gus Atkinson then, first ball for Snater, and Snater, oh my word, he's played this down into the turf, and that wasn't too far away from going back onto his stumps. It's good pace again from Gus Atkinson, 3 for 47 for Atkinson today.
But it didn't matter in the end for Surrey because it rained a bit and Roger Knight made 100. And it's nothing.
So at the end of it, everybody was happy, Nick. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Honours even, but it's a remarkable game. And the sun breaking through now.
It is. It's nice. As Atkinson is over the wicket and Snater's driving. Doesn't really time this. That potters up towards Rory Burns at mid-off. He'll be very pleased with this. Well, Rory Burns.
It was, though, for Surrey, the least successful middle-order performance of all time because Needham, Knight, Lynch, Richards, Thomas and Payne all got 0. And they batted between 3 and 8, I think.
Yes. Well, that Essex game where the top 4 for Middlesex all went down.
That's right. It was almost threatening that, wasn't it?
Well, as this one goes past the edge of Snater's bat, that's nicely bowled again by Gus Atkinson. That was the first time since Surrey did it 30-odd years ago,
really?
Where the top 4 were all out.
Right.
Yeah, without scoring a run.
And the amazing thing about during this winter, we had a side get bowled out for 15 in a T20 game.
Yes, that was absolute quality. That. All for
Goodness
that.
Me.
Nice half day.
With no fielders.
nice half day that was. Yes, indeed. As in over the wicket once again comes Atkinson, and this one's pushed off the front foot. Well, the one thing I did notice with the Big Bash this year, the major issue at the start of the competition was the ball was swinging.
Yes.
So batters had no idea what to do, really. So if you look at the scores in the Big Bash, they were very low at the start and then progressively got better.
Have they shortened the Big Bash this year? Or
Yes, they have it, yes. So
I still think it's still going on.
Well, no, the 2007 World Cup is still going on in the West Indies.
Yes, that's right.
As in over the wicket comes Atkinson to Snater, little outside edge, will get him off the mark, down towards the third man boundary rope. That will run away for 4. Good over from Gus Atkinson. That's the wicket of Bracewell. I will vacate my seat, and Mr. Don Topley's coming in, and I will see you all tomorrow.
Yep, and we'll keep you posted on the Surrey score if they bat after all that. Mark, thank you very much indeed, and I'll see you on Sunday actually, but Don will be back here tomorrow. And Drew Moore says, looks like a 400-run wicket batting first. If Essex gets short of that, then Surrey's fielding after the Cook dropped catches will have played a part. Essex still look a batter short unless Harmer or Bracewell contribute. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about the Essex balance of the side, Drew, and although I think at Chelmsford they must have thought long and hard, do they want to play 3 seamers or 4, as here Jack bowls, and it's always a good delivery. It just beats the forward stroke from Harmer. So Snater 4, Harmer 5. Harmer on strike, 245 for 7. And do at Chelmsford, with Harmer bowling more overs, can they just rely on 3 seamers? That's the question. As here Harmer just prods forward and rolls into the offside. Of course, Cook coming back from injury is a factor in this game. So maybe they don't want him to have too heavy a workload, but I'll get Don's thoughts on that, because whereas I'm fairly certain 4 seamers away from home is right, At Chelmsford, I think it's much more of a marginal call, as this is Harmer coming just down the pitch and playing up towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. 2:45 for 7, and the reason being that Essex obviously can prepare pitches that suit Harmer, whereas away from home they expect the opposite. 2:45 for 7. Jack's bowls. This is played defensively from the crease to short leg. Welcome back, Dom.
Hiya. I'm sympathetic and appreciative of your comments. There is an added factor come in.
Do tell about that in a minute. Jack's ball. Oh, it's a good delivery, and
Dropped
it's a
it.
drop at first slip.
Oh, he's dropped an easier
Burns has
one.
dropped an easy one when he caught. Harmer there could have been either caught or stumped. He was sort of stranded, lunging forward at that, and he's got the edge. Had he not got an edge, I think that would have been a stumping chance as well. But Burns has dropped an easier one when he caught just after tea. 2:45 for 7. Bright sunshine now. As Jack's bowls, and this is played again defensively up into the offside. So what do you think at Chelmsford? I mean, do you think 3 seamers or 4 because of particular length of the batting lineup? 245 for 7.
You'll be surprised to hear what I'm going to say.
No, not at all.
Actually, it's not necessarily to do with the batting lineup and all those things. It's about playing weekly championship cricket.
Right.
Has an effect on the bowlers. Anthony
In terms of
McGrath
fatigue,
confirmed
yes.
to me this morning that he wants championship cricket in a block, not with the odd one day here and whatever, a T20 here and a RN Royal London 50.
Yeah.
He doesn't want weekly cricket. So Thursday to Sunday every week.
Yes.
It takes its toll today.
Hence the reason
with the
why they've gone
bowlers.
perhaps for the 4 seamers.
Correct.
Yeah.
That is the reason.
Yeah.
In we come with Gus Atkinson. Again, this ball nips back. It's decent bounce from the tall bowler. Nips back in at Snater. Goes into the offside. No run. We've just got to remind ourselves, Essex were 95 for 1, 104 for 2. Then they went to 218 for 3, 224 for 4, 224 for 5, and now 241 for 6, and now 7 down. As this time it's been bowled, this has been a batting collapse, another wicket here for Gus Atkinson. It's really not a good performance since tea for Essex. They moved to 245 for 7.
Well, it has been an extraordinary contrast in sessions, because Essex really did get their heads down during the afternoon session, didn't they? Very good application from Wesley, digging out those roach Yorkers. Critchley played a bit more aggressively, but was pretty controlled in his choice of shots. And I guess the turning point was that stupendous catch by Rory Burns, wasn't it? When Will Jack was introduced into the attack, which was a good move in the first place, and then we had that great catch. I was very disappointed by the Pepper dismissal, and since then the die has been cast, really, hasn't it, Don? And things have sort of progressed against Essex, who are now, probably going to get a batting point, but not much more than that. And it's a great chance for Surrey here. Even if we only get 3 days of playing time, it's a great chance for Surrey to get their heads down, see off Sam Cook. Sense was a little bit in it for Harmer, but the thing is, Essex, if Surrey can make a start, won't be able to keep the attacking fields up for too long. That's another factor.
Right.
And they look like they would be able to do that if they made 350 plus.
3 of the last 5 dismissals have been pretty average. Snater's then, I don't want to blame him, but that wasn't a very good shot. I don't know what he was doing, but technically it was pretty poor. So Atkinson, who's got 4 for 51, is on his way in with 2 slips. He bowls. This is played nicely by Sam Cook. I mentioned there were 7 down. They're actually 8 down.
Yeah. I mean, I was just talking to Mark about the Essex original game plan for this season, which I think would have been Will Sutherland batting at 6. So playing 4 seamers, a keeper at 7, and then Harmer plus 3 seamers. So you've got a 4-man attack, and an out-and-out, frontline leader in Sutherland to join Cook and Porter.
Atkinson bowls. It's driven nicely, quite full, up to mid-off where there is no run. 245 for 8.
And that injury to Sutherland, obviously they've gone for Bracewell, who doesn't offer as much with the bat, so that obviously affects the length of the lower order. Tied in with the preference of Anthony McGrath, obviously, to play four-seamer. So you're quite likely to get this sort of situation if a couple of the batsmen get themselves out.
Atkinson, short of a length, played sensibly and played using his height, does Cook. He certainly keeps the ball out off the back foot. There is no run. Two slips waiting.
Tribute to Surrey. Mark made the point they just hung in there in the afternoon, didn't let Wesley and Critchley get away from them, and then have struck back with a vengeance after the interval. It's been a remarkable comeback.
Atkinson, he's in. This is clipped through the leg side. There's going to be one. Cook's going to call to come back for the second. That's well fielded, but two very good runs. It's backed up well on the offside, and that concludes the end of an eventful over. Gus Atkinson 4 for 53, and the score is 247 for 8.
Rain, we haven't mentioned the game at Taunton much this afternoon because it's been raining, and it's gone for the day. 137 for 4. Northants curtailed first day. Hampshire 229 all out. Vince got stranded there with the tail on 75. Warwickshire 10 without loss in reply. And Hasib Hamid is 32 not out for Notts, 52 for 2 after Tom Bailey's 2 early strikes against Lancashire's 214. That's what's happening elsewhere in Division 1. Certainly a bright morning session, a cloudy afternoon session, and a bright final session here at Chelmsford on this opening day.
Not for Essex.
Not for Essex, but certainly weather-wise, as here Jax, who's been something of a revelation, 2 for 23, just played defensively, but Atkinson's deserved his 4 wickets, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he has, but I just don't like the mode of dismissals.
No, that's just played from the crease, defensively up into the onside by Harmer, who's in danger of getting stranded here. You would have thought batting at number 7 you'd have chances to play longer innings. Well, it may not be the case today. 5 not out he is, and just playing defensively. He'll trust Sam Cook, who's shown an ability to stay at the crease, hasn't he? I think you almost back Cook not to play the sort of outlandish shot, but accounted for 1 or 2 of the others.
Correct. He'll play for the context of the game.
Yep. As here is a drive from Harmer, a nice flowing drive as well. Just gets a run, just averaging 15 this season. Harmer, he's much better than that.
Yep.
And gets a single, and in fact it goes to 6, 248 for 8.
Critchley's dismissal I wasn't pleased with. Wesley, he nicked it on. Pepper, he scored 6. I don't know how many balls he faced. He put his 3rd ball in the Tom Pearce stand and then was out to reverse sweep.
Yeah, Jack's bowls. And this is played up towards mid-off. Yeah, I was very disappointed. You know, 'cause he's done extremely well in the white ball game, but that was just not the right shot for the situation at that time, I don't think. Jack's bowls. Just playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run, and you hadn't really seen much of Jack's, and it just seemed a very ambitious shot to play. As I say, Don, I saw his 92 on a tough wicket at Durham against Rushworth and Potts. It's just disappointing that a couple of years later he gets out playing a shot like that when he's shown what he can do. 248 for 8, Harmer 6 and Cook 2.
Yep. I must say it,
Yes, a lot of 3 have got started, haven't they, and not gone on.
Atkinson looking for a 5th wicket. He's on his way in. This is clipped off his legs by Harmer all the way out to the long boundary. There's a man on it at deep square leg. They take the single, which brings Cook on to strike. So Harmer has 7. Cook 2, score 248 for 8.
Maybe in honour of that game in 1983, Essex ought to declare to allow themselves a few overs to bowl tonight.
Yes. Who was that? That was Philip
and Foster. Yeah.
As decent ball there on a length. Goes over the stumps, left alone by Sam Cook.
So Don, in terms of your career, 1983, is that...
Before me.
Yeah, just before you, isn't it?
I was on the ground staff at Lord's in 83, but I actually remember that score coming through.
Yes.
On the MCC members, they used to have like a ticograph thing that used to come through. 14 all out. No one believed it at the time. That's played short. It's short, played into the offside. Very well played by Cook. no run.
That really would liven up this game if that happened in this context.
Well,
but
Chelmsford, funny enough, a few years later, Lancashire here, all out 20.
yeah, as Mark reminded me.
Yeah.
Jake Mickleborough top score with 10, I think.
The boy was the last man out. LBW. This time it's down the leg side. Folkes moves well down to collect the ball way outside the leg stump, and there is no run.
I mentioned it earlier, but for anyone who wasn't with us earlier, a video has come up on YouTube of the Durham Essex game in 2009 where James Foster hit Scott Borthwick a leg spin for 5-6s to win a 40-over game, and Alistair Cook was unbeaten on 100 at the other end. And that was a start. That was like the first part of a great double for James at Durham.
This time driven into the leg side, maybe of a bit of bottom hand where they take a single, and there's the run that gives Essex the first bonus point of this game. Their one batting point for the moment. Will they get to 300? We'll wait and see. 2 wickets in hand.
So I think that was towards the end of the 09 season. At the start of the 2010 season, he had the record 5th wicket partnership with Jake Mickleborough against Durham. 339, the all-time record for Essex, still standing. And Durham, I think, were champions at the time, Don. So it was all the more special.
Short, pulled by Harmer all the way down to fine leg where Kemar Roach does the fielding. And I think he will keep the strike because it concludes the end of the over. 80 overs, they can take a new ball if they so wish. 251 for 8, Harmer on 8 to face Cook on 3.
What I would say in terms of the balance of the Essex side, do you imagine a young sort of James Foster? Yes, he got better as a batter as he went on, but my word, he'd be useful, wouldn't he? Sort of guaranteed runs at number 6 or 7. Not just for his keeping, of course, but his batting as well would make a difference to the balance of this side, where they're struggling at the moment to get. Obviously, Rossington's had a quiet start with the bat.
Yeah,
Very disappointing today. To be honest, that 50 he got at Canterbury, I won't say put an asterisk next to it, but there was no real pressure in that situation, was there? And he wasn't facing the same quality of attack as he was today.
Well, you've heard the announcer. It's Kemar Roach into the attack. We'll see if he has a new ball. I think it's already in his hand because it looks quite shiny. It looks very shiny as he's rubbing it between both hands in front of us at the river end. He's put the ball on the floor, just wiping his hands of any grease or anything, or even sweat. He's on his way in. 2 slips and a leg slip are behind the crease. It's a bouncer. It's pulled by Harmer. Harmer hits it out to the man in front of the pavilion balcony. There is 1 run for Harmer. Score moves to 251 for 8.
Trembridge knots 52 for 3. Hamid is still there on 32. Wicket for George Balderson to add to a 2 for Tom Betty. So it's a pretty even day at the moment. 214 Lancashire, 52 for 3 knots. Both looking for a win. Sort of stranded in lower mid-table. I think they've got the same number of points going into this round. So certainly the game is making progress today, and so was this one.
Roach moving away from us. Bowled a good first spell at 11 o'clock this morning. This is clipped 2 straight into the leg side where Cook will take a single. Cook moves to 3.
And we've got an innings completion at Headingley, where Glamorgan were 1 for 2, and then Marnus Labouchet made 65, and they made 245 in the end against Yorkshire, who've had a very difficult start to the season.
Bairstow got a few catches, didn't he? Someone told me.
Yeah, he got 3 of the first 5 were Bairstow catches.
Roach, right arm over, bowls, and Harmer does come forward, plays it into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, so interesting to see how he goes with the bat. I think he's down to bat at 5, Johnny Bairstow. What's your thinking about England in June in terms of... it's a difficult one. I was talking to Mark about Alistair Cook's tongue-in-cheek comment that Roach had opened. But is Folkes going to be the fall guy, I wonder?
Roach is in, down the leg side. Folkes takes it well, and there is no run. It comes down to one thing. First of all, will Ben Folkes be fit?
Yeah.
Will Ben Stokes be fit?
Yes.
Will Ben Stokes be able to bowl? If Ben Stokes cannot bowl, that changes England's side completely. And then you're having to fit 12 into 11.
Yes, they won't go in with 3 seamers against Australia. They could in 1981, but the pitches were different.
This time down the leg side they go for an LBW, but I'm not in line, but I'm not interested in that really.
Because I think in 81, it was Gatting was the 4-seamer and just fiddled a few overs every now and again. But, you know, both of them, Willis, I think it would have been Mike Hendrick, probably.
81, Dilly?
Dilly, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I think it was mainly those 3, Willis, both of them, Dilly. I think they were only playing 3 seamers then, because they would have had Bob Taylor batting down the list, wouldn't they, taking up one of the bowlers' places.
Roach on his way in, 2 slips and a leg slip. This is driven without any foot movement. It was driven into mid-off. What I would say is if Stokes can bowl,
yes,
we're okay.
Yeah.
I would play certainly Folkes. If Stokes can't bowl, then we've got to play another seamer, and then you're working about how to fill that awkward peg.
Yes.
Crawley's got runs once so far this season. He's still under pressure.
Flat wicket, yeah.
We'll have to wait and see, but look, we are talking, what is it? Is it something like the 1st of June is the first game against Ireland? I'm sure it is. The 1st of June is the first test against Ireland. There could be an injury by then to one of the batters. We will see. But Root hasn't played much. He's not played in India. Hasn't played a game.
No.
So he's going to be short of match practice. We'll have to wait and see.
Well, this is one of the daft things about the IPO. When you're sat on the sidelines, it's Sean Abbott's going to bowl.
I would like to see
comes,
Folkes playing.
Yeah, so would I. Abbott bowls, and that's a nice drive away through the covers, and it won't be stopped. Lovely shot, 4 runs, and that gives a little bit of heart for Essex supporters. And Sam Cook there just played an orthodox cover drive, as if there was no problem with what's been going on since tea, with all the wickets falling down. It was a very nice stroke indeed, and he's welcomed Abbott with a new ball, 7th delivery with a new ball, with a covered with him 4. Well done to him. 257 for 8. So Essex look to try and just to repair some of the damage by trying to eke out another 30 runs if they can. We'll very optimistically get to 300 as Abbott bowls, that sucks up Cook. It's not out because it's certainly going down the leg side, or maybe an inside edge as well.
High as well. High for me.
Edward Emmons says Essex 27 for 4 in 9 overs from the fall of Critchley, with 24 of those runs coming in 5 shots. Critchley's dismissal, possibly a wide if he left it, opened the door for Surrey. That's an interesting point as well. He certainly didn't have to play at it, did he, John?
No, Mark Danvers has asked, the live stream, was it down earlier? Because it didn't seem to be operating. Might be, but the radio was still going.
Here's next delivery going down the leg side. Good take from folks backing up our support for him. It's a really good take actually, going down the leg side. Yes, so 257 for it. I forgot about Chris Old, Nick, because Chris Old was part of that the partnerships in the famous Headingley Miracle game, wasn't he? So so there would have been, Willis, Botham, Dilly, Old. There would have been 4 seamers there. I don't think you go into an Ashes series with 3. 257 for 8, unless you've got Shane Warne in the side. That's hit in the air. It's going to be caught, I think, or is it going to drop just short?
No, it's dropped. They lost it.
It's lost, and the sun's come out, and they've lost it, and they've got a couple of runs. Fortunate that, because it was a complete miscue.
It's gone up in the air. It's been pulled, gone high, top edge, both deep square leg and deep fine leg. We're looking into the sky that has cloud in front of the actual sun, but it's so light cloud that it is suddenly, you just can't look into the sun. And neither deep fine leg or fine leg could really see the ball.
So a couple of runs were scored, and here Cook hits it uppishly, and it just falls short of mid-on. But he was almost attained dismissal there. Complete miscue on the pull shot there. Lucky to survive that. Blackbird arrives just perched on the Tom Pearce stand, having seen Cook's escape, and now flies off again. in front of the pavilion. 259 for 8. Pleasant evening here for the spectators.
So we hope we're back on streaming, Mark Danvers, and to Mahendra Ratnawira. Well, thank you for your kind comments. We hope you're enjoying Chelmsford too.
That's driven nicely between backward point and cover for 2. Being chased back towards the boundary. It should be stopped. And I think it's actually gone just as the fielder was trying to pull it round just in front of the boundary rope. It's just eluded him and gone through for 4. So bonus runs there for Cook. He's got a couple of 4s now. 14 from 17 balls. Harmer has 9 from 33. A bit envious. Essex 263 for 8. And Abbott's first over with the new ball turned out to be slightly expensive, but could easily have had a wicket as well.
Well, 8 down. It's been a good day's work for Surrey. They need to try and polish off Essex quickly. Meanwhile, Essex will be trying to scramble their way to 300.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, there were 4 seamers. I was forgetting about Chris Old, and I can't. You can only really have 3 frontline seamers if you've got a Shane Warne aside.
Roach in bowls, and this is played off an inside edge and the body, which Harmer very politely bends down, picks up the ball and gives it to Cameron Still. I can think of many coaches, and one particular Surrey coach who would never allow you to pick the ball up. He would bellow from the boundary and say,
make them do the work.
Leave it alone, it's theirs.
Australia always tended to have someone in the top 6 who could bowl a bit of seam up in the first day of a test match, like Steve Waugh if necessary.
Roach in, pitched up, almost Yorker length, dug out into the leg side where there's a fielder back at deep square leg. Harmer gets through for the single, 264 for 8.
At one point they had Andrew Simons who could bowl a bit of seam on the first day or a bit of spin at the end. Amazing ability, but no, I think you're right. If they were to lose Stokes, that does change the dynamic of the side, and then your keeper's batting at, unless you go in without a spinner, your keeper's batting at 6.
I think that could easily happen. If Root is playing, he can
Root
bowl
plays,
a few off spinners.
I Get Jackson.
As Roach bowls outside off stump, playing a miss, no run. The various permutations, but having seen folks perform behind the stumps, he is my man. We tried various permutations with Butler, and even to the extent that Johnny Bairstow was demoted during the era of Butler as keeper. This time it's driven in the air, but through the offside. It's going to race away across the netting area here at Chelmsford to the long boundary where Cook collects 4 runs. It was pitched up and he had a little dart at it and he got his reward.
See, Folks is the ideal number 7 for me. I don't see the point of bringing Johnny Bairstow back into the test side to bat him at 7. And if you bat Ben Stokes at 7, there's a danger he becomes a peripheral figure, particularly if he doesn't bowl many overs. So, to me, the obvious thing, you keep Folks at 7, even if you've got 4 seamers, behind him. And, if you've got an Ollie Robinson or a Chris Wokes, you're going to have a useful number 8, particularly Wokes.
Will this be pitched up? It is pitched up. It's driven into the offside. That's a proper shot by Sam Cook. Gorgeous shot. Maybe just closed the face a fraction, but it's gone through mid-wicket for 4. Beautiful shot. So this time, 2 pitch-up deliveries to Sam Cook from Kemar Roach has produced 2 beautiful shots for 4. I just wonder whether the West Indian fast bowler might just bowl him a bumper, because he can. Will it be double bluff? Will he look for a bouncer and it's not there? Will he pitch it up again? Will it be a Yorker? Kemar Roach is in. He bowls a little bit quicker, goes through to the keeper. There is no run. End of the over. 272, and importantly, just 28 runs away from another bonus point.
So it could be, Don, if you play 4 seamers and you've got Wokes at 8, you can probably still have Folks at 7, and then you've just got to decide, do you get Johnny Bairstow into the side and how? So, but it's a tricky one, isn't it? And
all those permutations you've mentioned, the one I'm warming to is we might not play
Yeah.
might not play Leach.
Yeah.
We'll ask Root to do that job.
And then if you've got Wokes at 8, I think he probably would, because he's a useful number 8, and he's going to be very important for whoever is batting at 7. But so I think they've got a problem with who if they don't have folks. I think the problem is who do they bat at 7, because it almost doesn't make sense whoever they pick, to be honest, if you see what I mean. Anyway, here is Abbott bowling, and that's off the pad, I think, of Harmer. We'll see if he got a leg glance onto that, but it's gone for 4. It is off the pad. 276 for 8, useful runs, stand of 31, almost out of nowhere after the clatter of wickets post tee. Maybe they will get 300 after all.
Well, this is the 4th over with the new ball, and we were frightened of the new ball to a degree, but actually these 4, or in the 4th over of this new ball, that it has been reasonably productive for Essex.
Yeah, sometimes the new ball will go a little bit further, and particularly if a batsman plays as well as Sam Cooke has. As here's Harmer beaten by 1 outside the off stump. Good delivery from Abbott, and just drawing Harmer into the defensive shot and taken nicely by Folks. But good to see Folks batting at high in the order now for Surrey with greater responsibility, and he's good enough to do that. And as Mark was saying, that Surrey, when they make adjustments to the side, can easily just move people up and down the order by 1, and it doesn't make a lot of difference. 276 for 8 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio London. And here is Abbott to Harmer, who comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch. And there is no run, just on 5:22. And if you have recently joined us, it's been a day of fits and starts for Essex, who were going along pretty well just before lunch when Alistair Cook got out for 51. They lost Dan Lawrence soon afterwards. Nick Brown had gone for 16. Dan Lawrence soon after lunch, and then a century stand between Critchley and Wesley seemed to be setting Essex up for a big score. 276 for 8. As Harmer on the pull shot for the slower ball sends it out to deep square leg and gets a single. 277 for 8. And then that clatter of 5 wickets falling in very, very short order indeed, with the introduction of Will Jacks playing a big part, a couple of soft dismissals in terms of shot selection, and now it's needing these two to try and get Essex up to what would be closer to a par score, because certainly 277 probably feels a bit under par on this pitch despite the variable bounce. And there is a bouncer which sees Cook just getting out of the way of it and allowing it on its way through. But if Essex can get beyond 300, that's closer to par, isn't it, Don? Might still not quite be there, but they've still got the advantage of batting first. So sorry batting last, but there might be a bit more wear in the pitch. Unless, of course, Surrey bat past Essex, which of course is a possibility.
Well, that's how they will be thinking.
Here's Abbott again. Bowls, and just played away off the pads for a single by Cook. Goes along to a very impressive 23 at a run a ball. 278 for 8 is the score yet to be updated.
Well, he has looked, to be brutally honest, Sam Cooke batting at 10 has looked better than 9, 8 and 7.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Fast start for Warwickshire. In reply to Hampshire's 229, they're 44 for no wicket. Hampshire probably underachieved there. I think they might have had difficult batting conditions under cloud cover after lunch when they had they slumped to 109 for 6. But Warwickshire in the pound seats there at the moment.
Roach in, bowls, and this is an immaculate 4 defensive by the Essex bowling Cook, not the batting Cook, the bowling Cook, looking good for his 22 runs, playing nicely, playing securely, safely, keeping it reasonably simple.
Yeah, so it's a disappointing session for Essex in the context of the one that went before it, certainly.
Yeah. Roach, 2 slips waiting, runs in. This is driven out to cover. Good stop, but a good shot off a good delivery. Good cricket all round. Sun starting to fall. There's still that an amazing high amount of white cloud. You can't really see the definition of the sun. It's just particularly bright. Shadows starting to lengthen. At 25 past 5, as playing a miss, it's certainly just moved possibly up the hill here at Chelmsford, gone through to keeper. Folks, no run.
Bottom of Division 2, Derbyshire had a very good day against Leicestershire. Their on loan signing from Warwickshire, Henry Brooks, got 6 wickets, and then Hyder Ali 54, 120 for 2. They're just 2 behind at Derby.
Are they?
Yep, so in a very good position.
Roach on his way in, front arm and bowls. It's gone down to fine leg, little too straight. Well played by Cook. He moves to 23. Score 279 for 8.
It looks like there may be no Steve Smith at the crease today because bad light has intervened at Worcester, where Sussex have had a pretty good day. They've bowled Worcestershire out for 264. It might have been less than that at one point, and 63 for 1 Sussex, Ali or 33 not out.
Roach at the crease bowls. This is driven. A little bit of walking there by the batsman. Walking we mean. In other words, he plays his shot. It could be straight, but he just falls over a little bit where he has to move his feet again. This time takes a slightly larger step, but the ball has already been hit. Normally walking means you haven't taken a big enough base in the first place as a batsman. Harmer again facing Roach this time, plays it off the back foot, it darts in, it's played down to fine leg where they take a single to conclude the end of the over. Harmer hogs the strike, he's on 11, score 280, he's on 12. I'm a little bit early on the calling the score. 280 for 8, Harmer 12, he's faces, and with him Sam Cook on 23.
And the headline story of the day from both divisions does come from that game at New Road, because Ollie Robinson took 7 for 59, 4 wickets at the start, 3 wickets at the end, 7 for 59. And as you were hinting, Steve Smith probably watching every ball of it from second slip. Here is Sean Abbott, bowls, and that one beats Harmer outside the off stump. Very good bit of bowling, beat Harmer on the defensive shot. Lovely sunshine. We're back where we started weather-wise, Don. We had this sort of morning, a cloud cover in the afternoon, and now we're back more or less exactly where we were in the morning, with a little bit of wispy high cloud and some blue sky and sunshine. 280 for 8.
Yeah, nice. A little bit more wind. Still easterly here today. If you've been out of the sun, or when the sun hasn't been out, just a tad chilly.
Abbott bowls, and on the drive, Harmer sends it away down the ground. Doesn't completely time it, but gets it safe past the bowler's right shoulder, and mid-on runs back to long on. There's a couple of runs. Essex go to 282 for 8. So,
super shot that. Nice looking shot. Gave it the full face of the bat. Controlled. Sensible top hand in total control there.
Yeah, nice stroke. Abbott again into his 20th over, 1 for 76. He bowls, and that's a good drive. A more controlled shot from Harmer, and it's punched down the ground and will go for 4.
Super
that
shot.
One he got more out of the middle, and it went just past the stumps, just on the onside, but a very, very nice straight drive from Simon Harmer. And just proving a little bit expensive with the new ball, and this has been a good spurt from Essex, a good recovery really. 286 for 8.
Yeah, almost an identical shot, just timed a little bit better. It's gone for 4. Super shot there from Harmer.
I think indicating the relative quality of the pitch, as here Harmer gets slightly tucked up but sends it away for a single to back of the square on the offside. The stand is worth 42. 287 for 8. Essex heading towards a second batting point. They'll become the first side to make 300 against Surrey this season, should they do it. Surrey at the moment have 2 bowling points to their name. And they've extended their lead at the top of the table because Hampshire haven't got anything yet today in terms of points. 287 for 8. Abbott again with 2 slips waiting, and Cook gets a bouncer which he gets right out of the way of, falls down onto his haunches, but showed good reaction there.
Yep.
Sam Cook, he made sure that wasn't going to get anywhere near him. He knew it was going safely over the stumps, but didn't want to have anything to do with it.
His pride was hurt there. He's not been sconed, but he tried to get out of the way and fell and made a mess on the floor, but he didn't get hit. He kept his eye on the ball, did Sam Cook, but he did, alas, he was put on his backside.
10 overs left after this. Abbott bowls and Cook hits it airily but safe, and carries much further than I thought it was going to actually. It's a good bit of fielding. A deep square leg to save 2 runs.
Yeah, wonderful bit of fielding. He saw it in the air, deep square, and he ran round and at the last minute dived, pulled it back from the boundary rope. He himself went over the boundary rope. He then got up quickly, picked it up and shied it in. So great bit of fielding, saved 2 runs, but well done Sam Cook. 2 more runs to him. He moves to 23, score 289 for 8. So just 11 runs. This has been a productive second new ball for Essex.
So you felt it could have all ended very quickly, but it hasn't. I think it does underline though that Essex did rather give things away there in the middle.
As Roach comes in, he bowls, played on the front foot into, well, backward point, who comes around square of the wicket on the offside to collect the ball, no run.
But they're going to get at least a working score, aren't they? That's the thing. I think 250 would have been a bit of a damp squib on this pitch, but they're going to have something with the bowlers to work with. That's
right. Essex's bowlers will bowl straight, as Surrey have. Roach on his way in, passes the umpire, outside off stump. That just barely carries through to stroke. Folks, there is no run.
And lovely late afternoon now, really beautiful conditions, and probably quite a lot sort of warmer out there than it might have been, say, at 2 or 2:30 this afternoon with the sun out.
Still a load of people in here on all sides of the ground, including to our left at the Parkway end.
It's been a pretty good watch, hasn't it?
2,000 people, I reckon, outside off stump through to the keeper. There is no run. The Tom Pierce stand, which is in the sunshine, looks fairly full. The pavilion has lost a few, only because it gets in the shade in the late afternoon, so they've moved elsewhere. There's a few at the Hayes Close end, both sides, and in fact there's a few more now on the flat side, or the old hospital side, which is furthest away from the cricket, but you're at least in the sun. Outside off stump, further, and there is no shot played.
Yes, these two have done a good job, and although there's an argument for saying quite useful for Essex to have a dart at Surrey tonight, they'll probably feel they haven't got enough runs really for that yet, and just try and accrue as many as they can.
First innings run is going to be so vital. Subject to us all getting the amount of cricket played, especially on days 3 and 4. Roach is in, driven down the ground. That's got to be shot of the day. Simon Harmer, take a bow. That is simply just put his bat in the way, played down the line on the front foot and just timed it. That really was a beautiful shot from any batsman, let alone a number 7, 8.
Yeah, and I've always thought that Harmer's capable of batting at number 7. He just needs that support, doesn't he, from 8 and 9, which he didn't quite get until Sam Cook came along.
Roach bowls a little bit shorter, tucked at his hip, and he gets a bat on it, goes down to fine leg for 1 run, and that concludes the end of the 87th over. Essex are getting closer to 300. That bonus point will be important. 293 for 8.
Yeah, and a very good partnership now, worth 294 for 8, but worth 49 between these two, and Harmer 24, Cook 25, so Cook has basically had an even share of the runs since he's been there.
And what we saw before these two came together,
it was mildly chaotic, yes.
I'm sorry, these two have played proper cricket in the context of the game, they fought hard, put a value on their wicket,
Yeah.
and just played sensibly, smart. Good
Absolutely.
cricket, good cricket.
Gus Atkinson got a wicket with the second ball that he bowled of the day. He's added to that impressively since, 4 for 56 in his 17 overs. He's going to bowl now with a mid-wicket, a mid-on, a mid-off, a cover, 2 slips. And he bowls, and Harmer just comes forward and plays it out to mid-wicket. That leaves us with a deep square leg and a fine leg on the boundary away to our left in bright late afternoon sunshine here at Chelmsford, with a scheduled finish time not too far away from what the actual finish time will be, because we're into the last 9 overs of the day at 5:36. So it's not going to be an unduly late finish for everyone this afternoon. As this next delivery is played defensively back down the pitch. Local election day, of course, so those who want to vote will have a chance to do so this evening. They've been to the game today. And 294 for 8. And a day of fluctuating fortunes for Essex. Feel they probably ought to have capitalised more on that afternoon session, but these two are repairing some of that damage that was done in that period after tea. As Atkinson bowls, and I'm just squeezing it away along the ground into the offside, gets a single.
There's your applause.
And there's a 50 stand, 295 for 8.
Yeah, well played, these guys. Fighting hard. If you could learn a lesson from this, well, stoic, getting stuck in, putting a value,
Yeah.
personal pride, even as a lower order batsman or even as a tail ender.
Here's Atkinson again, bowls, and that's a good one, beats Cook outside the off stump. But yeah, Sam Cook, very, very heartening to see him improving as a batsman steadily, I think, over time.
Yeah.
And
no mug.
he's certainly, he's certainly someone that can support a batsman who's already in. And it's going to be very useful for Essex. Obviously, Essex supporters looking forward to seeing him bowl not too distant future, as Cook will take one off his pads and plays a nice drive actually away into the onside. Goes out towards deep mid wicket. He collects a single, 296 for 8.
When you watch Sam Cook bat, and we've been able to study him this afternoon, he's competent. He's not a mug. I would be tempted to say he plays the straighter ball. In other words, if you bowl at his stumps, he looks actually more comfortable than, like most tail-enders, if you bowl just outside off stump.
Atkinson with 2 slips up to the wicket, bowls, and Harmer just digs one out, plays it up into the onside. Quick single.
Well run.
That was, I think in the end that was pretty good running. I think it was Cook who made the decision in the end. He was down very quickly from a non-striker's end. Cook on 26 has a good chance of beating his previous first-class best of 38, and I wouldn't put it past him doing it the way he's been batting out there.
Score against you?
Well, I'll look it up, because
I think I can remember it.
296 for 8.
I think it was here.
297 for 8. 297 for 8.
I'm sure it was at Chelmsford. Well, it's going to be Kemar Roach, looking a little jaded now. He's had a busy day. It's not often Surrey are kept out in the field all day.
It was at his favourite ground, where Kent prepared a very flat wicket in case he was bowling the other day.
Canterbury.
Yep.
Roach bowls. This is driven into the offside. They take a quick single as Rory Burns slips at mid-off, trying to prevent the single. They come through. Good calling, good cricket, well bowled. So Harmer goes to 26, which equals the same amount as Cook, and Essex are just 2 runs shy of that 300.
So his best batting and his best bowling on the same ground. Best bowling 7 for 23 against Kent.
We must like playing at Kent. This is driven up by Cook to mid-on. There is no run.
And 12 for 65 in that match. That would have been the game, I think, when Kent made 40 in the second innings. Would have been in 2019, I think. Check that out. But yes, I mean, so that's quite an interesting double for Cook to have. And I do have a feeling that Kent prepared a very flat one because they didn't want to be rolled over by Cook again, and then found he wasn't playing anyway.
Well, this year,
Yes.
Roach, right arm over the wicket. He's in, bowls, driven, nice and straight. The most important thing about Cook's innings is he's just playing the ball from where it's come from. He's happy to play straight, and he looks competent. It looks secure. And any of the Essex dressing room watching this will be dead chuff for the number 10 and the number 8 batsmen. They're looking competent. They've played sensibly.
Showing it's still a pretty good pitch.
In he comes, past the umpire. This is on a length, driven into the offside. They take one. Atkinson dives and probably hurts his knee on the netting areas, which are all dry and hard. But they just take the one run. One run to Cook. Cook is on 27 now. Harmer 26. Score 299 for 8. And if they do get the remaining run, there should be a hearty applause here, because it will be the first time Surrey have conceded 300 this season. Roach in, driven. There it is. No, it isn't. It's well fielded at mid-off by Rory Burns, who dives and prevents a single. That was a very strong off drive for no run.
Yes, just looking at that 2019 match, Kent 226 and 40, Essex 114 and 153 for 7 to win the game by 3 wickets. Yes.
Roach at the crease, he bowls, and this is nicked down to the vacant third man, and you can hear the applause. The applause not just for Harmer and Cook, but for Essex notching up 300. And as I just said, this is the very first time this season that any team has achieved 300 runs in an innings against the champion county that is Surrey County Cricket Club.
Oh well, got that tea time piece right in the end then. But, it was wobbling for a bit, but we were okay. They were saying that they were on course to be the first side to get 300 against Surrey.
I looked after you.
Oh, very good.
I
Very
had
good.
firm
Yes.
belief that you're writing that for the BBC stream, and
Yes.
it's going to be true.
Yeah, well, it did turn out to be okay in the end. Well, it's sort of respectability now, isn't it, from an Essex point of view? 2 batting points, 303 for 8, and well, it's going to be Atkinson again, bowls, and Cook plays a very nice stroke away along the ground. That's going to go for 4. There's nobody out there.
That's a
Deep
proper
cover. He
shot.
goes along now to 31. And that was a very, very good shot indeed. A lovely cover drive. And to say, this is most encouraging because the Cook can start to develop more as a batsman. It's just there's a big bonus for Essex. Yeah, 2022. We got that 38 and a score of 573. It was on one of the flatter Canterbury deck until Kent batted. And made 164 and 149. And Cook took 3 for 27 and 7 for 33. Yeah. So he got 10 wickets in that match. He's got 10 wicket hauls at Canterbury twice. So that's driven back down the ground by Cook. And there is no run. That was when Harmer was with South Africa, and Essex had to alter the balance of their side. They played 4 seamers. In the end, they didn't need Snater and Allison much for certain. Well, Allison got 4 wickets in the first Kent innings.
Did he get runs, Allison, in that game? Did he get a little 50?
He got 53.
Yeah, vaguely.
Next one, good delivery, caught behind. Well, that's a top delivery, and Surrey needed that. And in the end, we're talking about possibly Cook getting a new career bet. He played so well and deserved it. And he's, in the end, got a ball that's chased him. It's just lifted a little bit, and he's just got sort of the shoulder of the bat through to Ben Folkes. But that was a fine effort from Sam Cook. It really was. 31. And just with sensible batting and good shot selection, he couldn't do a lot about that as a number 10, I don't think.
No.
307 for 9.
That really was a decent delivery from the Surrey seamer, who's collected his 5er, and they've all huddled around him, and he's put his hands into the air to celebrate a personal achievement. 5 wicket haul for Gus Atkinson. Well bowled indeed. Well played, Sam Cook. 31 runs, important runs, got Essex another bonus point. So well played, Sam Cook.
Jimmy Porter come out to join Simon Harmer.
Now, overs remaining 6.3.
Right.
So we'll take 3 off in between innings. You might find Essex come out for 1 or 2 overs.
Yes. So we'll get to a point if the final wicket falls with 3 overs or less to go, and that'll be it for the day, won't it? But,
it will.
Or less than 3 overs to go, I should say. That will be it for the day.
When we do get to the end of the day, we'll do a quick wrap up. But Nick, I really do. I've thoroughly enjoyed.
Yes.
The high intensity of this 4-day game here at Chelmsford.
Yes, it's been good.
I was a little bit disappointed after tea, but I'm so chuffed about the fight Essex have shown late in the day, the partnership between Harmer and Cook, but it's probably just a little bit below par for me, this.
Yeah, I think it's I call it a working total really. But they are vulnerable if Surrey's top order get in. Atkinson bowls to Porter, and Porter covers up and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run. Now, Hassi Hamid is 48 not out at Trent Bridge, but the problem for Notts is 2 wickets for Tom Brady, 2 for Balderson, 1 for de Grandhomme, 85 for 5 in reply to Lancashire's 214. So are Lancashire starting to move into a position from which they could get their first win of the season? 307 for 9. So it's just played off the hip by Porter for a run. 308 for 9. Now, Jimmy Anderson there, 6 overs for 21. And earlier Lancashire 214 all out, 68 for Bohannon off 72 balls, 48 not out for Bailey, and 5 for 66 for Brett Hutton of Nottinghamshire.
Atkinson 5 for 63 off his 18.5 overs. Great bit of work for him. Started off really economically, but did and has used the bouncer, and he's gambled occasionally.
Again, and Harmer plays a nice stroke to a ball which sits up a little bit, gets it away, and will get 4 runs down to the backward point boundary. Yeah, just one that sat up was a bit short, and he's cut it away. And he's collected 4 runs. He goes to 34, 312 for 9. And a bit more like it from Simon Harmer, as I say, averaging 15 going into this match. And batting at number 7, I know he'll want to do a lot better than that. And he's played an important hand here. 34 from 312 for 9, with Porter 1 and 5 wickets to Atkinson. Oh,
change of bowling.
Going to see, is it Clark coming on?
Jordan Clark.
Yeah.
Don't think we've seen him with a new ball as yet. Changing ends. He's going to recommence from the river end. Rory Burns is waving to the boundary. Nobody's taking notice of the captain just yet by the looks of it. Probably getting the drinks ready, anticipating getting the Essex 10th wicket any moment. Jordan Clark now bowls to Kemar Roach at mid-on. He's doing some shoulder rolls and working his hips as he's on his way up the hill. 2 slips waiting. Bowls. This is a genuine play and miss by Jamie Porter, who forces into the offside, but he's simply down the wrong line.
Yes, and it's been a good recovery from Essex after that traumatic period where they just gave away the advantage that they'd built up through Westley 62 and Critchley 60, with that collapse from 218 for 3 at one point to 245 for 8. And it's been Clark has played the holding role here for Surrey, less than 2 and over his economy rate, 1 for 38 in 20.
Pitched the ball up early doors and then just dragged his length back when Surrey were happy to sit in and just dry those runs up. Just opening his groin as Clark is on his way in. Comes in, this is driven down the ground. Clark fields on his follow through. Just think he looks a bit stiff in his groin there.
Yeah. Yes,
he's holding it, he's opening it, he's opening it again.
Yes, it looks
Just
uncomfortable. Harmer's thing had a word with him there.
Yeah,
Looks uncomfortable.
he does. He's just opening it again. He's not limping. He's just trying to open it as he's going. Doesn't look comfortable.
Tell you what,
just
with
Jordan
one
Clark.
wicket, only one wicket to take, he doesn't want to say unnecessarily prolong it this over if it's going to cause him more discomfort.
5.3 overs left. He turns into his run, climbing the hill. He bowls. This is driven out to mid on. Still looks a little uncomfortable.
Done for the day at New Rubber, didn't get back on, so Sussex 63 for 1 in reply to Worcestershire's 264 all out. And quite a lot of attention on that game tomorrow when Steve Smith bats. But the star of the day, an English player, Ollie Robinson, with his 7 wickets.
Tremendous again. Third man gone down. Really, it's not quite a gully, it's like a first and third. He's bringing his almost like a shorter run up, slightly shorter run up. He's up. Third man back now at the crease. It's nicked it and it's gone down to the man at third man for 1 run. That piece of captaincy or change of field has saved 3 runs because there was no third man till that ball. 313 for 9. Harmer 34 on strike. Porter 2.
I don't think Clark will bowl another over after this. He's still moving pretty gingerly out there.
Well, it isn't often this season so far that Surrey have had to endure a day in the field and field for the best part of 90 odd overs. He's in short down the leg side. They're going for a nick down the leg side, but only Folkes and indeed Clark are interested. Nobody else is, and nor indeed is the umpire. End of the over. 313 for 9.
Of course, Clark has quite an important role to play with the bat in his role for Surrey, batting at number 7. So, and they do bat a long way down, Surrey, don't they? So
They do.
He's got a role to play with the bat tomorrow.
You could equate him and Harmer.
Yes.
And generally speaking, Harmer is a pugnacious, he's a tremendous cricketer who gets runs. But Harmer's gone up to 7 from 8. And if you equated him and indeed Clark, I would say Clark would be thought of as the better batter, especially on this season's form.
Yeah, and here is Atkinson bowling, and that's just played down into the offside for a single by Porter. Done quite nicely. It takes him up to 3, and it's 314 for 9. So just keeping an eye on the other games and see where we are. Starting to drift towards the close. It's been a very good day for Warwickshire at the Aegeus Bowl. 61 for no wicket in reply to Hampshire's 229, where they got completely undone by a spell from Rushworth and Wokes after lunch, having been well placed. In the end, partially rescued by Vince's 75 not out, but
They might bounce him here.
is the next one, which is edged and out. It was a flailing drive from Harmer and straight through to Folkes. 314 all out, and it's 6 to Atkinson. 6 for 68 in 19 overs and 2 balls. And it's 314 all out. Harmer caught Folkes, bowled Atkinson 34. Porter was not out 3. 314 all out. There are 4.4 overs left. That means that we are going to see 2 overs, I think, of Surrey batting this evening, Dom.
Yes, I do believe so. The umpires are just getting together. They'll no doubt have a chat about that and confirm through to the scorers and to the radio through to the dressing rooms. But I would suggest there's a little bit of cricket to see tonight, maybe 1 or 2 overs. We shall see. 314 all out. Harmer 34. Porter not out 3. Well, it's been a terrific day's cricket so far. Essex won the toss and decided to have a bat. I think both teams would have batted, and Essex got to lunch on 100 for 2. Wesley still there on 16 not out. Dan Lawrence on 1 not out. They lost Lawrence quite quickly after lunch, and they got through to tea unscathed on 204 for 3. Wesley still there added 37 runs in that post-lunch session. He was on 53 not out, and Critchley on 57 not out. They put on 100 partnership, but Critchley soon went after tea. Caught Burns slip off bowling at Jacks for 60. Wesley was bowled by Clark for 62. Both played nicely, but then there was this mini collapse. Pepper went, caught Folkes, bowled Jacks for 6, reverse sweeping. Bracewell was bowled by Atkinson for 12. Snater was a bit loose, bowled by Atkinson for 4. And then Sam Cook rescued, together with Harmer. He rescued Essex back into the fold to get that second batting bonus point. He was caught, Folkes, bowled Atkinson for 31. Harmer was just the last man out, caught Folkes, bowled by Atkinson for 34. And Porter was left on 3 not out. Represents a slightly below par score of 314 not out, 314 all out, but the man of the moment has got to be Gus Atkinson. 19.2 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 68. A brilliant effort by him, but generally all 4 seamers bowled well. Jacks picked up 2 wickets, 8 overs, 2 for 24, but also special mention for Jordan Clark, who was economic.
Yeah,
really was.
he
What's
was.
your thoughts on the day?
Yeah, it's been a very good day. We've seen Essex players getting starts but not going on. Alistair Cook, of course, with an innings that promised a lot and got cut off just before lunch. Tom Wesley continuing his good form, and Matt Critchley, again, both just falling when they were really set for a big score. Dan Large, we had quite a lot of reaction during the day about his dismissal. I know some of our correspondents not too happy with it. I think it would have been a big LBW shout if he hadn't been given out caught behind, but he was given out caught behind, and where you've got a damp ball if there's a bit of rain around. So I think it's been a very good day. I think pretty much honours even. I mean, I say on the paper we would think that this is a bit below par, but if Essex with Sam Cook back and Simon Harmer bowling at Chelmsford, that's 2 pretty good positives. Jamie Porter's done well this season. I think obviously the hope is that Essex supporters are going to see more from Doug Bracewell with the ball, and then obviously we'll see how they go. But it's going to be an interesting, obviously a couple of overs tonight we suspect, and then how Surrey go tomorrow with this very strong looking lineup with Will Jackson beside at number 4, of course Ollie Pope at 3, Ben Folkes at 5, Jamie Smith 6. I mean, that's all after Burns and Sibley. That's a very strong top 6.
It is, and we are going to see a little bit of action because Michael Pepper's out to our right, taking the ball in his mitts and his gloves. So we will see a bit of cricket. The important thing for me is Essex will bowl quite straight on this wicket. Will make Surrey play. Hopefully there won't be too many leave balls during the course of tomorrow's session in early morning. They've got to use the ball wisely. We have seen Essex inside edge the ball a lot or mistime it. Generally for me that intimates to me that the wicket isn't 100% flat. It
No,
may
it's
be
not 100. It's certainly
a bit dry.
No.
It may be gripping. So Essex might be well suited for that, but they are facing a very fine batting lineup, so we will wait and see on that. But the most important thing for me in today's game is that Sam Cook batting at 10 showed how our middle order how to bat, how to get stuck in the context of the game. Bazball, all this nice sexy cricket, listen, for the context of the game we needed to show some spirit.
Yes.
And the lower order, to me, were found missing.
Yes.
It went AWOL.
It was disappointing that period after tea. The interesting thing I think is we'll get some good idea of how useful this score is once we see the Surrey reply. It's going to be fascinating to see how the Essex bowling unit performs, because beyond, obviously from the seamer's point of view, beyond Cook and Porter, it might be that they're looking perhaps for more from Bracewell and Snater than perhaps Essex have seen during the course of this season. So, and we know what Snater in particular is capable of. So that is going to be interesting in itself to see how that goes, and to so what sort of the backup support is going to be. Of course, we're pretty predictable what we're going to get from Simon Harmer, but on this sort of pitch, which it's not flat as we were saying, but it does appear to be one where there are runs to be got. It's going to be interesting to see how those, if you like, the change bowlers go, because obviously so far neither Snater or Bracewell have particularly made a huge impression with the ball this season.
No, they will need them, absolutely. You can't have 3 of the 4 performing or on fire. Every team needs all their players to perform, and we're going to see the umpires are already out there. They're with the head groundsman. There's a light roller being used on the wicket for the allocated 7 minutes, and the Essex men are already out there. Sibley's the first to reach the crease. Where's Burns? Burns is there. The Essex fielders are taking their positions now. The little roller is going off to our left to the scoreboard where the ground staff hut is, and we're going to be opening from the far end, the Hayes close end. Who is it going to be? Jamie Porter, I think. No, it's Sam Cook, taking his jumper and sun hat off, presents them to the umpire, and he's marking out his run up. Sam Cook to open, Rory Burns to face.
And yes, I mean, Cook averaging 14.5 so far this season. Has only played, of course, he hasn't played as many games as the other because he's missed a game. But pretty good start from him, 10 wickets already. And Porter, 13 wickets. He's played the extra game. But both firing, and that's encouraging for Essex, and they might need that against Surrey.
Cook to start. He's going to come around the wicket from the Hayes close end. 3 slips, 2 gullies, a mid-off that's now moving squarer, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. In comes Cook. Cook first ball against Burns. Oh, he leaves it alone just outside off stump, and it swings back on the slope. And my word, that was so close. Very watchful was Rory Burns.
Yeah, very good start from Cook, and that one certainly did swing. We saw swing this morning as well.
With the brand new ball. 3 slips, 2 gullies. Cook, Harmer, Lawrence are the 3 slips. Burns, bat aloft. This has gone down the leg side. He's got a bat on it. Goes down to Jamie Porter, who's fielding in front or beneath the Tom Pearce stand. And Surrey are up and running. So is Rory Burns. It brings the left-hander off strike, and it brings Dom Sibley, the right-hander, on strike. And I remember his famous England century at Newlands, Cape Town.
Yes, and interesting to see how he goes here. It's you could say too, sort of, obviously Burns is quite a busy accumulator, isn't he, of runs, and Sibley we regard as someone who'll tend to play sort of within himself, a typical opener, if you like. He'll just get stuck in and see off the shine.
In comes Cook to Sibley. 3 slips, a leg slip and a bat pad. That bounces and it carries through to Michael Pepper. And there is no run. So just check that. First time we've seen a bat pad. No, we saw a bat pad for a period of time again.
It's interesting to see. Look at the Division 1 averages. I think this is pretty much up to date. At the very top of the list is one Ben Folkes with averaging 109 at the moment, with 1 century and 150. So interesting to say if he can emulate that.
In he comes, and he does come forward, played back to the bowler. Cook on his follow through. Sibley with a rather, I'm not going to say unusual, with a unique technique. We know how he scores freely on the leg side. He's worked hard at his technique for the last, to be honest, 2 winters.
Their averages are pretty similar so far this season. Sibley 43, Burns 41.
Cook on his way in the bright sunshine at the crease. Bowles driven into the offside, but he finds the fielder Shane Snater at cover. It's a good looking shot, but he simply finds the fielder. Well bowled and well played, but end of the Cook over, one without loss. And it's going to be Simon Harmer. I did wonder.
Yeah. Just correct that, actually. That's their strike rates, but their averages actually are very similar, 33 and 35 respectively. 35 to Sibley and 33 to Burns.
Leading run scorer is Pope, isn't it? Pope with 272.
Yeah.
Jennings is the division leading run scorer, 378. Compton 377. Duckett 349. Higgins, and then further down the list, Pope 272. Wesley, what did he get today?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now. Just over 50, wasn't it?
Yeah, so he's got just over 300
he's done
runs now.
So, yeah, so these two, as I say, pretty much neck and neck in terms of averages, but without sort of making the huge contributions, but both pretty reliable openers. And a shot to nothing here. Simon Harmer to bowl this one remaining over with 4 men round the bat in bright sunshine on this first evening at Chelmsford. The goal just makes its way. It does a circle of the ground, joined by a couple of others. Ooh. And Burns, he edged that just short of Gully. Well, turn there for Harmer, and it drew Burns into the shot, and it's just fallen short of Gully.
Yeah, just short
Critchley,
of, was it Critchley or Lawrence?
Lawrence at Gully. Critchley's at Silly Point now.
Can he
slip
get
Gully,
closer?
Silly Point and short leg, and here's Burns playing defensively back down the pitch. So the 4 round the bat, and then you've got backward point cover mid-off, mid-on quite wide, and a short fine leg. With Critchley in there at Silly Point. Here is Harmer again, bowls to Burns, just floats that one up. Burns comes forward and plays defensively back down the pitch, and there is no run. If he gets a wicket, of course, here Harmer, he might have to bowl again tomorrow morning. But yeah, it's a shot to nothing, might as well give it a go. 1 for no wicket Surrey, and that one turns, pitches off stump and turns, and Burns is able to just leave it alone on length, but that was a good piece of bowling again. And the good news from an Essex point of view, straight away, we had hints of this with the Surrey spinners, is that there's something in it for Harmer, as you'd expect, and that's a beauty. That one he plays and misses out, going forward to it defensively, and it spins past the outside edge. That one I don't think Burns was quite in control of. And very good probing over from Harmer, making this 314 look a bit more perhaps than we thought. If he can carry on in a similar vein tomorrow. Bowls again. And,
quicker ball.
Yeah, that one quicker, just played defensively by Burns. Well done to Burns for getting out of that. It was tricky. He was certainly beaten by the 5th delivery, but a maiden for Harmer, 1 for no wicket, and Essex making 314. It's been an interesting day, Don, and much more of it to come. And we'll get an idea, I guess, about how the game is going after an hour tomorrow. If these two can back through and start to set a platform up with the stroke makers, it's going to bode well for Surrey. But if Cook and Porter can get amongst the wickets, then this 314 might look a little bit better than we perhaps thought it is.
That's right, Nick. Thank you for your company today. 1 without loss. We hope you will rejoin us tomorrow morning at 5 to 11. It's been a really fantastic, enjoyable, special day here at Chelmsford, hosting the champions of 2022, and currently the leaders of the championship in Division 1. But all that remains for me to do is to thank Nick, Mark Church, and indeed our listeners, and we look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow morning at 10:55. A very good night.
Right.